Nigerian Sports Medicine Symposium. With the team charting a new path for sports medicine in Nigeria, holding today on the 6th of December 2024 at the Conference Hall, Association of National Olympic Committee of Africa, ANOCA. I welcome us once again. Very quickly, we'll be starting with the national anthem. Is there a person for the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Distinguished and esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine, I would like to acknowledge the presence here of everyone physically at the conference hall of the African Association of Olympic Committees, Association of African Olympic Committees, ANOCA, and members who are present online, our key speaker, the Chief of Education of the African Union of Sports Medicine. We have represented here the Optometrists Board of Nigeria, the registrar, ably represented by Dr. Dofan. You're welcome. We also have the Director General of the National Institute of Sports, Professor Moronkola Olawale, is here with us. You're welcome, sir. We have the Secretary General of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Honorable Babatunde Pukuola. Thank you for honoring our invitation. And we also have with us from the Federal Ministry of Health, the Department of Public Health, Dr. Tariq. Thank you for coming here with us. Our distinguished participants that are online, it is a delight for me to also acknowledge the of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Engineer Abu Gumed, ONFNSE. With these few acknowledgements, I will just go ahead and read my welcome. I welcome you to the 30th Anniversary Celebration and Symposium of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine. This historic occasion is themed Charting a New Path for Sports Medicine in Nigeria, reflecting on our legacy and also the way forward, looking towards the future. This event started yesterday with a gala and award night that had over 40 people in attendance. Also, we have over 80 people registered online to participate virtually from across Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. Over the past decades, NASMED has been a cornerstone of sports medicine in Nigeria, championing athlete welfare, promoting physical fitness, and addressing the existing challenges of sports-related health. Today, we gather as a community of experts, policymakers, and stakeholders, both physically present here today as well as online, to evaluate the journey and share knowledge and strategies for a future where sports medicine aligns seamlessly with global standards and best practices. Our conversation today here will encompass vital issues that echo beyond the sporting world. They resonate with the health and well-being of our citizens and also align with global goals, such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 3, ensuring healthy lives and promoting the well-being of all ages. As Nigeria looks toward improving universal health coverage, integrating sports medicine into broader health initiatives become imperative. I'm confident that this symposium will spark conversations that will bring forward solutions and collaborations needed for such integration. To our distinguished special guest of honor in his absentia, and also to our chief host, the President of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Engineer Abu Gumel, our keynote speaker, Dr. Sherif Suarez Riscala from the African Union of Sports Medicine, and distinguished guest participants both on-site and online. Your presence here today reaffirms the importance of leadership in driving the agenda for sports development and health in Nigeria. We are inspired by your contributions and look forward to hearing your insights. Let us seize this opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, build partnerships, and innovate. Together, we can ensure that the next chapter of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine journey builds on its illustrious past and paves the way for groundbreaking achievement.
All others, other protocols are observed. Right yesterday, we had a dinner, I'll call it a dinner, or a cocktail. Again, at that point, I knew that we have arrived when it comes to the issue of sports medicine in Nigeria. We in the NOC, as a major partner in sports, we have witnessed over the years the growth of sports medicine, treatment of athletes, and on a daily basis, it's growing very well through the effort of NASMED. It is no doubt, and very important too, that we express our gratitude, our satisfaction in the NOC for this association to continue in the strides they are moving, and in particular for the athletes who are I would say, the recipients at the end of the whole spectrum of activities in NASMED. I wish you well in all your endeavors. And again, I will thank you on behalf of the sports person or the sportsman, which I was a member and a partner. I'm still. I thank you so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. We'll be taking goodwill message from Dr. Obinna, the CEO of the Optometrics and Dispensing Opticians Registration Board of Nigeria, and that will be done by Dr. Dofan. Thank you. Goodwill message.
Thank you very much, everyone. Distinguished members of the Nigeria Association of Sports Medicine, permit me to stand on existing protocols. On behalf of the Registrar CEO of the Optometrists and Dispensing Opticians Registration Board of Nigeria, Dr. Obinna Edwina Wiaka, who also happens to be a Special Olympics Nigeria volunteer, I bring greetings and congratulations on your 30th anniversary and symposium. I'm privileged to join you in celebrating 3 decades of remarkable dedication to sports medicine and physical fitness in Nigeria. While my professional background is in eye care, I deeply appreciate the critical role that sports medicine plays in our nation's health and athletic development. I'm particularly excited to highlight a critical yet often overlooked aspect of athletes' performance and welfare: vision health. For athletes, Visual acuity is not just an advantage, it's a fundamental component of peak performance. From tracking a fast-moving ball to making split-second decisions on the field. An athlete's vision can be the difference between success and failure. Yet, comprehensive eye care remains an underexplored dimension of sports vision. Today, we just have a short prayer. And today we see an incredible opportunity for a collaboration between our agency, the ODRBN, and NASMED by partnering with you to provide specialized eye screening and vision optimization programs for athletes. We can significantly enhance athletic performance, prevent potential vision-related injuries, and extend the competitive careers of our national sports talents. Your 30-year journey in advancing sports medicine has been remarkable, and we believe that our potential partnership can add a transformative new dimension to athletic welfare and performance. On behalf of the registrar, once again, I extend our warmest congratulations and an earnest invitation to explore this collaborative vision for Nigerian sports. As you chart a new path forward, I'm honored to stand alongside you, celebrating your achievements and the vital work that lies ahead. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That goodwill message is coming from Dr. Obinna, ably represented by Dr. Dofan. Thank you very much. We'll be taking the address by the president of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, by Engineer Habub Gume.
The president, the brand new president of NASMED, the Secretary General of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Mr. Babatunde Kofi, the members of the High Table, and the delegates that connected online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Right. Oh,
Get down.
Dr. Patrick Kuka, I had you online. You are most welcome. It is my great delight and privilege to be part of this joyous occasion of the 30th anniversary celebration of our national sports medicine lead organization in Nigeria, NASMED. I am particularly impressed by the renewed passion and vigor with which the new administration is directing the affairs of NASMED. There is no missing words in stating that NASMED has remained a force to reckon with when it comes to matters relating to sports medicine practice in Nigeria since its inception. The International Olympic Committee places great emphasis on ensuring best practices in dealing with sports medicine, anti-doping issues, athlete welfare, and promotion of physical fitness for all. As a result of this, the Nigerian Olympic Committee is deeply committed to sustaining stakeholder engagement on these critical aspects of the Olympic movement values, of which sports medicine plays a key role. NASMED, in its 30 years of existence, has remained a key partner of the Nigerian Olympic family and forms the majority of members of the NOC Medical and Scientific Commission, from one quadrennial to the other. The NOC Medical and Scientific Commission has remained focused on providing platform for local and international training for sports medicine practitioners, physicians, physiotherapists, doping control officers, etc. Due to the prime placement of NASMED in the affairs of the Olympic movement in Nigeria, the Nigerian Olympic Committee accorded the association the recognition as one of the 4 voting members of its constitution to represent all other multi-sport organizations in Nigeria. As you celebrate your 30 years anniversary with the theme Charting a New Path for Sports Medicine in Nigeria, the NOC congratulates both the leadership and members of NASMED and wish you many years of meritorious and impactful service to our sports and fatherland. On behalf of the General Assembly of the Olympic family in Nigeria, we wish you 30 happy cheers in the memorial anniversary. Congratulations. On behalf of the Olympic family, I hereby declare the conference open and wish you good luck and success.
Signals of what is to come. NASMED has long been at the forefront of promoting sports medicine and physical fitness development in Nigeria. So, bringing stakeholders together as we celebrate your 30th anniversary will only strengthen your aspiration.
Contributions, comments, insights are welcome at this moment too. Like I said, if you want to contribute, just raise your hand and we'll give you the floor for the virtual participants. All right. In the absence of none, I want to once again thank you, Dr. Sheriff Cyrus Riskala, for once again delivering a wonderful, wonderful keynote address. Thank you very much, and we pray anytime we call upon you, you will, as usual, respond to our request. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best in all your endeavors. Thank you very much, Dr. Riskala.
Thank you very much, keynote presenter, Dr. Suarez, also the Chief of Education Committee of the African Union of Sports Medicine. Once again, I apologize for starting a bit behind schedule. We have a bit of itches that need to be put through technically, and we ensure in our future webinars and seminars will be on time and in time. Time is fast spent. We're about coming to the end of the opening section. And then here on the on-site at the ANOCA, that's the Association of the National Olympic Committees of Africa Conference Hall, we will be doing the launch of the NASMED Impact Program. Is a 4-year strategic development plan. And this is guiding the activities of the National Executive Committee as well as the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine. And those of you online, please watch this process. It's very important. We'll be sharing these documents with you. That is the document we'll be using to engage policymakers, we engage practitioners, we also engage the financial services sector, we engage the promoters of sports development to see how together we can work to improve the welfare of our athletes and ensure we prevent injury and also provide better ways and strategies of injury and illness prevention and manage them when they occur. I would like everyone in the hall to please join those of us who are here at the head of this U-shaped hall. The Impact Program, we will rise. Please, let's join us. If you have the Impact Program, please, for this, adjust your camera, please, so that those online can see us. Yes, this is very important. Our team is charting a new path for sports medicine in Nigeria. And to chart a new path, you must have a direction. The NASMED Impact Program is that strategic direction that will be guiding our activities over the next 4 years. If we are seeking support from the Nigerian Olympic Committee, this is the basis. If it's not in this program, don't listen to us. It's like the Bible and the Quran of NASMED, only that it has an expiry date, which is in 2028. This NASMED Impact Program is a hybrid plan. It has its cost inside and what is expected in terms of our expenditures for each year to actualize this goal. It has 6 overarching strategic objectives with strategic goals and targets that needs to be met over the next 4 years. We believe implementing these will help improve and expand the base of sports and exercise medicine practitioners, not just in Nigeria, West Africa, the continent and beyond. And this model approach of NASMED will also help other associations of sports medicine in Low Resource Development Center. In Low Resource Development Center, Rose Resource Development Center, to be able to approach sport health, sport and exercise medicine development. With these few words, I will hand over the microphone to our father and the President of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, who will make a launch of this impact program. And shortly after that, we'll be going on a tea break to come back in 30 minutes. Those of us on site will be taking pictures together at our photo booth. And those of you online, please ensure you have your tea by your side. Wish you the best of luck and enjoy your tea break after this. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. God bless.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy and so delighted to launch this very important document, the Impact Program. I am going to advise the NASMED that this is a very important document, like what you said, and for that reason, you must make sure a full implementation of this Impact Program. We, on our side of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, we are always available to support you, to give you all the necessary support to ensure the implementation of this program, because this program is so important to the Olympic movement. So on behalf of the Nigerian Olympic Committee and on behalf of the NASMED, I hereby launch this very important program for the next 4 years, 2024 to 2028. Congratulations.
Thank you, Doctor. What NASMED is charting as part of charting a new path for sports medicine in Nigeria is one, capacity building. That is the impact program that we just launched this morning. The high is to ensure that we improve capacity of current practitioners, those that are production level in the academics, in the universities, okay? Ensure we have more universities who are providing training for the various categories of SEM. This year, the Senate at the University of Ilorin approved for the Directorate of the Learning Center under the College of Medicine to start postgraduate and Masters of Science in Sports and Exercise Medicine. And we'll be working with that center collaboratively to ensure we have sports physiotherapy, we have sports psychology, sport nutrition, and other various disciplines as part of effort to chart that new path. Without productions of professionals, we won't have enough hands across Nigeria. Knowing fully well that we have two categories of athletes, the elite athletes, those that compete for competition for fame and for the podium, and we have recreational athletes who actually go to fitness centers, wellness centers. And part of making impact is to ensure that we collaborate with all stakeholders, including the National Sports Commission, the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Women's Development, Education. These are very important and give opportunities to younger professionals to do exchange programs. We are partnering with Ramos project of the European Union, Horizon project, opportunities for grants and scholarship for postgraduate study programs. And we hope to expand the model currently for training in sport and exercise medicine at the University of London to at least one university in each of the geopolitical zones. And these trainings is a hybrid format of delivery. The format of delivery is both on-site and online so that more people can be engaged. That is the impact we are talking about, to increase the number of SCM practitioners over the next 4 years. Also, apart from building capacity, is to ensure that we focus on athletes' health, their well-being, their mental well-being, physical and mental well-being. This is very important. The issues of anti-doping, working with the various sports federations, because NASMED is an affiliate of the Nigerian Olympic Committee. And if you were there yesterday at the Gala Award night, the president said at the next executive board meeting, one of the agendas to be discussed is having NASMED on the structure of all sport federations. And NASMED will chair each sports federation's medical and anti-doping committee. This is very important so that the knowledge acquired by efforts of capacity buildings at the national level and the sub-national level, because we also have state chapters that we're also reinvigorating with the rebirth of launch of NASMED in June 2024 this year, after our election that elected me forward. There's so much disinformation and misinformation out there about NASMED. We have been at this meeting in 2 days now, so you know what NASMED is, what NASMED is all about, and what NASMED is not. NASMED is not competing with any organization, whether it be in the public space, public institution, or private. As a matter of fact, our second impact program is to expand the sports and exercise medicine practice across Nigeria. And one of our partners here today is the EHA clinics. They are here. You can see their logo on our photo booth. What we have signed an agreement with EHA, and which we'll be doing with other innovative and creative practices, NASMED will be establishing sports and exercise medicine clinics, so that when we train these younger ones, even the current professionals, they have opportunities to practice in the community. In Nigeria today, our impact is also to improve research in sports and exercise medicine. We don't have the data that says this is the percentage of sports injuries that visits our emergency rooms or hospitals across the whole country. Even on our athletes, we have very low data. There's a dearth of literature. So NASMED is promoting research efforts at both injury prevention, injury treatment, rehabilitation. And not only that, educating them on the issues of anti-doping and anti-doping activities, and what are the implications if caught, the responsibility, which is individualistic and is personal, because it's the body, their subjects, the samples are from their subject, and they take responsibility what is finding. So NASMED, in a short, is complementing efforts at the governmental level, non-governmental level, to ensure that we have clean sports, and not only clean sports, we preserve, we protect, and we promote the health of our athletes, because some of them are breadwinners for their family. Part of our impact program, we already started talking to insurance companies to develop a sports health insurance packages. We don't have to wait for government for this. Like we have the private insurance schemes that covers the general population. We have the minimum healthcare coverage. So we're going to have a sports injury insurance package, so that when I do my sports, I'm injured, whether it be primary injuries, secondary injury, or tertiary injuries, you should be able to access care and be treated when the need arises, and return to safe return back to sports after your rehabilitation. And not only that, I've talked about research. We'll be promoting the use of technologies, the wearables, to ensure we use it to monitor our athletes when they are going for competitions with partners. That way we can have data and understand the differences between what we read in textbooks written in Western worlds and our own body subjects involves. The goal is to improve athletic performance for athletes, as well as the general well-being of the Nigerian population, because that is also very important. We are aligning what is a concept now called sport health. You know, we used to have public health, we have physical health, we have mental health. Now, this concept I'm introducing is called sport health. What is sport health? Using sports to promote for health promotion, health education, and prevention. It covers all the broad spectrum, including drugs, substance abuse. Most of our youth, that's why the Ministry of Youth were invited to be part of this. We need to engage them to know the impacts of substance abuse on their heads that could limit their sports performance. And so those are some of our programs that are planned for the future. And we want our friends from the media to take this message out there to say, NASMED is not in competition with any organization. NASMED is a body of professionals. We have qualified people. He is a biomechanist. He's PhD in biomechanics. He's a medical doctor. Okay. I'm in the public health space, but I practice sports and exercise medicine, mostly football medicine, a diploma in that. I'm the head of the Nationwide League One, head of medical office. I'm the chief medical officer. I'm the one that initiated after the 10th World Cup event in South Africa, okay, the thought-provoking medicine pre-competition medical assessment, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And that has been conducted over 10 years now in the Nationwide League. And since that program started, it's an injury prevention intervention program to reduce the incidence of sudden deaths as a result of enlarged hearts, cardiomyopathies in black males who are playing footballs or girls.
And since we started years back, tens of thousands of athletes have been screened. We have the data. We want to do studies a lot with those data. And we have had in-season, pre-season, in-season, out of season, no record of sudden deaths. And these are kind of interventions NASMED hopes to promote engaging the sports industry in Nigeria. Thank you. My name is Olajide Joseph Adebola. No, you must say no. You must say something.
30 years, right? So don't speak on that. The journey so far. The journey so far. Reiterating on what my president has spoken about. Last part was he has said everything. 1994, and going by its evolution since then, we had a dip, and the journey so far is to bring us to our rightful position. That is why we are here. So the journey so far, I can tell you, we are in that process. We're a work in progress, and we aim beyond the stars, at least for the well-being, beyond the shores of Nigeria, regionally, even internationally. At least, most importantly, for the well-being of our recreational as well as elite athletes. Dr. Udugu Obinaya Francis. I welcome every one of us back to the 30th anniversary program of the Nigeria Association of Sports Medicine. I want to say we are delighted to have you with us once again. We are going back to the next session of the National Sports Medicine Symposium, which is tagged Sports Medicine and Sports Development. We'll be having point of correction. The next session is tagged Charting a New Path for Sports Medicine in Nigeria. We'll be having 2 thematic sessions. Knowledge Exchange in Sports Medicine by Dr. Jimishayo Oshinaike, who will be joining us, who will be delivering his lecture via Zoom, as well as the second thematic session, Injury Prevention. The second thematic session, Regional Perspectives. And that will be done by Dr. Sam Bondeminu of the National Institute of Sports, and he's here present with us physically. We will take these 2 sessions first, after which we will take a question and answer session, as well as comments and insights as the case may be. So let's kick off this cerebral session with Dr. Jimishayo Oshinaike, who will be presenting us Knowledge Exchange in Sports and Exercise Medicine. So, Dr. Jimmy, you have the floor now. Talk to us.
All right. Thank you so very much, our amiable secretary.
Dr.
Thank
Jimmy,
you so very much. Can you hear me?
Now, we are waiting.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Jimishayo. We can hear
Okay,
you.
okay, all right. I just want to be sure. So thank you so very much for this opportunity, and thank you for the executives of our great association, Nigeria Association of Sport Medicine. So today I'll be talking about knowledge exchange in sport and exercise medicine, and just briefly talk about myself, about what I do at the moment. I'm currently a PhD researcher in sport and physical activity at Sheffield Hallam University. My PhD is largely looking at the intersection between sports, exercise, and health in clinical settings. And I'm currently also a lecturer of anatomy and physiology at Tameside College in Manchester, United Kingdom. So okay, those are just my affiliations. And this is briefly what I've done in the past, basically in sport and exercise medicine. So I've been opportune to work within the 50 national team. I've been also opportune to work in an orthopedic clinic in Lagos as a primary care sport physician. Aside from those clinical roles, I've also done a bit of outreach and done a bit of dissemination as well. So I just thought to share this with us, just to know, my background and a few things, that I've done in the past and I'm currently doing. So my perspective to knowledge sharing sport exercise medicine is quite different and though not unique, but quite different. So I look at knowledge sharing sport exercise medicine from a social ecological framework or a social ecological perspective. A social ecological perspective looks at, the whole person, okay? And so looking at the whole person, you're looking at the community, you're looking at the society, you're looking at policies, you're looking at the organizations, you're looking at the behavior, you're looking at, various factors, okay? I believe that the social ecological framework, which is a framework that is often used in public health, has got so much evidence base, and it's been used to design various public health interventions. And my approach to sharing is also pragmatic. So a pragmatic solution, a philosophical perspective looks for practical approaches based on the context in which that person operates. So therefore, when I talk about knowledge sharing in this presentation, I will be talking about, what I've been doing in the context, okay, of Nigeria, and why I've gotten some bit of successes from my own little work that I do, okay. And why have why do I, use this perspective? Why am I pragmatic in my approach to knowledge sharing? Why am I looking at a social ecological framework? The reasons are not far-fetched, and that's because when we look at sports medicine has a lot of buzzwords. Okay, so you're looking at things like periodization, you're looking at things like concussion, FIFA 11+ program. You're looking at things like REDS, relative energy deficiency syndrome. You're talking about periodization, Maddox's question for concussion. And these are those wonderful buzzwords, medical jargons, for me to say, that people need to know, isn't it? Now, but I kind of discovered that, after my master's in sports medicine, I was so much excited. I learned all those buzzwords. But when I got back to Nigeria in 2019, I observed that I was speaking over the heads of a whole lot of people. Okay, so that coach that is currently with that grassroots football club in Egbeda or in Alimusho doesn't understand what FIFA 11+ is. Okay, doesn't understand the concept of periodization, doesn't understand, things like, hey, this is the way to drink water. You don't just drink water anyhow. So I discovered that I was really speaking over their heads. Okay, even though these concepts are the basic concepts in sports medicine that could lead to, help athletes to maximize their sport performance. But again, understanding the concept does not mean the message is going to be passed. Okay, so it's important that we are kind of very, very pragmatic in our approach and look at, okay, what other ways can we, share our knowledge? What other ways can we promote whatever things we know about sports medicine? Now, this presentation is not really to talk about, what are the things we need to talk about in sports medicine, but I've just come to tell you about, my perspective to how, how I disseminate information in sports medicine. So first key thing for me is that make sure you don't speak over the heads of these people. Make sure you think about other approaches, other simpler ways in which you can get these messages across. Now, the second thing is that because your knowledge exchange, basically you are speaking to footballers, you're speaking to athletes. So have had quite a lot of interactions. And even currently, I interact a lot with grassroots athletes. Okay, so for me, my approach, you understand why it is social ecological, because the typical grassroots athlete is thinking about so many things. They're thinking about the fact that, yes, I love the game, so you cannot doubt the fact that they love the game. They would also tell you that, okay, we don't want to get injury. That tells you that they also have health concerns. They would also tell you things like, okay, we want to play in Europe. So that talks about, the financial realities. So understanding, what they are thinking, okay, can also help us to tailor, what our messages is going to look like, to them. I really know that, sometimes for sports medicine, we kind of use this top to bottom approach where we talk about policies, we talk about going to sporting events, working with the national teams. Now, those are good, those are amazing. But I believe, and I might be biased in my approach, is that for us to really sometimes make a lasting impact, we need to go to the grassroots. We need to begin to, talk to these people, understand what is in their head and what they need to know. So a good example is, for example, I've interacted with a lot of, players at the grassroots, and they come to you and they tell you that, okay, I've got a pain, okay, and they tell you that the pain is, so they'll tell you things like, okay, doctor, my vein, they pay me. They say, oh, doctor, my vein, they pay me. I ask him, okay, how is your vein paining you? Have you got a thrombosis or something? But for them, anytime they have anything muscle related, it's a vein. Okay. So understanding, what they are even thinking helps you to see how you can actually, do your message. So the issue is not that you don't have the right information, is how can you pass the message across to them? Okay. As I said again, they have health concerns. So they also want to hear you out. Okay. And they don't want health concerns to prevent them, from not playing in Europe. Okay. So again, these are the things they are thinking. They are looking at Osimhen, for example. They have various role models, okay, that they also want to look like, they also want to be like in the future. So health concerns for them is a very, very big thing, okay? Even if they might not eventually, even if that might not be a proximal thing they're thinking about, but we must understand that, they are really thinking about it. It's now the way we pass the message across. Now, what informs my knowledge exchange? Okay, so I've tried to personalize this, because I've come here just to tell us some of the things I've done, and these things are evidence-based. Now, their desire, okay, what do they want? What does that average grassroots footballer or that average grassroots athlete, what do they want at that point in time? What do they want to hear? Okay, so they're not so much concerned about you talking about VO2 max. Now, even though, the information about VO2 max can be important for their fitness, they really don't understand things like, cardiorespiratory, building flexibility, neuromuscular training, they don't really understand those things. That's not what they want you to tell them, okay? So what is their desire? You need to appreciate the fact that these guys love football. These guys want to play football. And these guys are concerned about their health. Okay. So that needs to be appreciated. You need to, let them see that, yes, you appreciate this. And that is the starting point. You as a practitioner as well, that you are sharing this knowledge, you need to also understand the actual reality. The reality is that injuries are inevitable. Okay, even though some of these footballers don't think they can get injured. Okay, you need to understand the reality that not everyone amongst them will be a pro footballer. You also need to understand that there are poor health practices as well amongst these athletes, among these footballers. And poor health practices are not far-fetched. Remember, I said in my previous slide that they want to play in Europe, so they understand that the injuries can actually prevent them, even though they are not always proactive in preventing the injury or even trying to manage the injury when they have it. Okay, so you need to understand that we have poor health practices, poor injury prevention practices. I would actually share a few with you. So some days ago, I've been thinking with my team, looking at how we can, launch out a program about menstrual health and sport performance amongst female athletes. And female athletes generally, female footballers athletes generally, we don't have so much information. We don't have so much research in that area of sports medicine. It's now that it's beginning to get traction because people are beginning to look at things like, why we're having more ACLs in females and all that. So, but the issue of menstruation, menstrual hygiene is something that people have not even been talking about. Yeah, I know in Europe, people talking about it now, but in Africa, it's something people don't really talk about. So we've been thinking about what can we do to pass, this message across. And we've been thinking, me and my group, we're looking at, okay, we really need to understand what is the burden, what is the current issues about menstrual hygiene. And I had to speak to a grassroots footballer, a female, okay, I mean, used to play, top flights, okay, at least in Nigeria. And we're talking about menstrual hygiene, and she told me that, some players, when they are called to the national camp, for example, and if that time falls, during their menstrual period, some of them will have to go on contraceptives. Okay. Yes, I've read that, but I was hearing that firsthand. And the footballer also told me that some of them will have to use cotton wool as tampons. Okay. So as just to actually block the blood from coming out. And this footballer was telling me that there are cases in which some female footballers are now having ovarian cysts. And again, that is not far-fetched. If you don't have a good menstrual hygiene, you're going to have, ascending information, ascending infection that could, cause so much harm in the uterus. Okay, it could even lead to infertility, at the long run. Okay, now these are the things that they don't know, that they don't understand. But you as the health practitioner, you can see that these people have poor health practices, and these are the things that are going to inform, what knowledge you need to provide and how you need to actually provide this information. You also need to understand as a practitioner, sharing this information is that the football career is short. Okay, so what happens after that? And remember that if they played football maybe for like 20, 25 years, most of them might have been playing with chronic knee injury, for example, and they might even have, some bits of, arthritis. Now, when some years back when I was practicing in Nigeria, and whenever I see an athlete, a footballer, I see a lot of footballers, so I'll be using footballers, and they come to us in our clinic in Egbeda, and oftentimes when they come to us, they will have done an X-ray, okay, but oftentimes maybe when they're still having the pain, that's when they will come to us. But by the time you see the X-rays, and I can tell you, though this is not an empirical evidence because no research has been done, but 6 out of every 10 X-rays you see have got, a sign of osteoarthritis. There is always a loss of joint space. Okay, so there's always a sign of osteoarthritis. Yes, it might be mild, it might be moderate, but a sign of osteoarthritis. And imagine a player that eventually MRI confirms that the player has got a meniscus tear. The shock absorber is gone already. Now, those are things that could even, worsen, that wear and tear eventually. So these guys get retired and they're battling with knee pain, or they are battling with low back pain because it's not been properly managed during when they were playing actively, okay? Or for some people, because while they were playing, okay, they were using loads of painkillers. In fact, I have also had first-hand experience because I interact with these guys, of a player, of a footballer that was speaking to me about how she was always on painkillers because she was having chronic knee pains, consistent knee pain. She was on painkillers and she started having peptic perforations. She started bleeding because she was using the painkillers. All right, so again, those are the poor practices leading to poor health outcomes, eventually. So when you understand this, you begin to see sports medicine. I think the president talked about it when he was granting the interview about sport health. So for us in a low resource setting like Africa, why everybody wants to talk about sports medicine from a place of maximizing sport performance, why the goal of most people, including myself, want to work at that elite level where, you're working with Osimhen, you're working with the national team. You must understand that, at the grassroots, okay, there are public health issues. There are public health issues that people are really, eventually passing through. And that kind of begins to stir us up, begin to understand things that, okay, should we have a paradigm shift on how we do sports medicine, how we share our own knowledge in this part of the world. Now, I'll give you another examples. So again, I used to be a lecturer in a college, somewhere in the UK. And so I used to lecture sports science in that college. And in that college, we had this group of students. So those group of students were playing for the academic team of a non-league English football side, but they were also in college as well. And, most of them were doing sport, exercise, science, physical activity or fitness related courses. And part of the things in their curriculum is this, we're teaching them about things like, what is injury prevention? In fact, they know some exercise physiological stuff that I was taught in medical school. So some of them understand, phases of healing. They understand the proliferative phase. They understand, all those things. So when these players get injured, you're not doing loads of education. In fact, they understand, okay, if I get injured, I have a swelling. They understand that, okay, probably that is, a vasodilation, blood is pulling there. They understand, okay, when I put ice, I'm trying to do a vasoconstriction so as to reduce blood flow to the site of injury. Now, they have the knowledge already. But our players don't have the knowledge. Our people don't have the knowledge, okay? So, and because they don't have the knowledge, they are more likely, to have poor outcomes eventually, when they get injured. So we need to begin to think about, our own perspectives to sports medicine. In fact, that is a big research on its own, where we begin to look at sports medicine perspective in low resource setting, like ours. So understanding their realities and the actual realities, for me personally, has actually informed the way I actually pass this message across to them. So therefore, knowledge sharing, must be beyond sport performance. Okay, knowledge sharing therefore must be beyond sport performance. Sport performance is good. I'm not underestimating that. It must be beyond, trying to make them have the VO2 max, trying to look at their lactate threshold, trying to do, those various other things, trying to look at REDS and all. I mean, those things are fantastic. We must begin to look at holistic health, okay? And, look at their health holistically. WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, social, and mental well-being, and not just the absence of disease. So for me, I always define sports medicine as a state of complete physical and social well-being, and not just the absence of injury. Okay, so that is Jimmy Oshinaike definition of sport health. It is a state of complete physical and social well-being, and not just the absence of sport injuries. Okay, so when we begin to see sports medicine like this, it kind of informs, our own, way we share information. Therefore, looking at all these things, we need to begin to grab the low-hanging fruits. We need to begin to look at the bottom-to-top approach. Okay, there's a lot to do beyond Medicare sporting events. Medicare sporting event is good, but there's a lot to do. Remember that those sporting events that they do, some of them are privileged to be in a sporting event. And I'll give another example. In 2015-16, when I was working at the as the under-15 national football team, thanks to so many mentors like Dr. Sam as well, and the Dr. Ms. Bakker as well. Some of the things I do observe is that for them, some of them, when they come to national camp, that's going to be the first time they even know that they are doctors called sport doctors. I mean, that is the first time some of them are like, oh, so we get doctor. Now, before that time, who has been their doctor? Who has been the doctor? So, and there's very little for you to do at that point in time. There's very little health education, sports medicine education you can do at that point in time. I mean, I remember we were in Japan with these 15, 16-year-old boys, and we struggled to tell them that you need to sleep. In fact, before we left Nigeria, I mean, to travel from Abuja to Japan was going to be a long journey. We had to go to, to Addis Ababa first. From Addis Ababa was another 12-hour journey. And while we were in Abuja, I told these boys, I was educating them about the importance of jet lag, and they'll say, doctor, no, man, we don't go jet lag at all. We get strength. I was like, okay, you're not jet lag at all. And by the time we got to Japan, these guys were still very, very vibrant and agile. Okay, I was also amazed, anyways. But it was a struggle to get them to rest. It was a struggle to get them to understand that sleeping is one of the best form of recovery. Okay. Yes, we tried our best. Now, Yes, some of them got information, but what about those that don't have the access to be in a national camp? So therefore, we need to begin to think about, beyond when they come together, beyond sporting events. We need to begin to look at the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit means that we need to prioritize the bottoms-up approach. Okay, we need to begin to think about public health and sports medicine. We need to be able to think about that intersection between sports medicine, and public health. I can go on and share loads of experiences I've had, but the point there is that there are so many low-hanging fruits that we need to begin to look at as we begin to share our knowledge. There's so many things to talk about. There's so many things to share. Okay. Now, what is the impact of social media and knowledge exchange? Now, I would always go back to my methodology. I'm a very, very pragmatic person. Okay. As I've always said to people, my PhD is in the implementation phase. I mean, my PhD is, is a lot about implementation and scaling up. And a key concept about implementation is that you must understand the context where that innovation is being carried out. So, for example, if the evidence says that, for example, FIFA 11 plus, reduces injury. Yes, FIFA 11 plus reduces lower limb injury close to 47%. That is the evidence. That is the evidence. But when you bring the evidence into her context, okay, when you take that evidence into Oshodi, where we have these grassroots footballers, does that evidence, would they buy that evidence? How would they interact with that evidence? Okay, so you need to be very, very look at your context. So social media, I know we've talked about VR, we've talked about this, and all of that. Now, again, what I want to say today might not be evidence-based, but they're just based on my own interactions. Now, I do a lot of education on social media, and I'm not bragging, but I'm not sure anybody does quite a lot. I do loads. I do loads of education on Twitter, and you will find out that there are very few people on Twitter. Okay, so I think it's recent time that someone said, okay, why not go on Facebook? You get why not go on? In fact, in Instagram, they're not on Instagram. Okay, so then how do we reach these people? Where are they? Where are they? So we need to go to them. We need to go to them. We need to go to them. We need to be considering medical outreaches. I mean, some years back, I went to University of to Yaba Tech. Okay, and a friend of mine, we did organize it together, and there was a track and field club in a Yaba Tech. I can't remember the name now. And we went there. We were on the tracks. And after their training, we sat down together on the track, and we're talking about prevention. We're talking about recovery. We're talking about, the importance of massaging, why you should not do excessive massage. Now, we went to them, and see, trust me, a few of them that I went to that day, we're still in touch today, and we still communicate. They still ask a lot of questions. So yeah, why social media is good, why we need to try to innovate so that we're not left behind. We also need to begin to look at things as it relates to where these people are. Now, part two of my presentation, as I begin to round up, is what am I currently doing, or what do I do? How have I been able to do things? What am I doing in Nigeria? Please, I need to say this as a caveat. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm not trying to, you may go, oh, Jimmy is doing the Jimmy. No, I'm just here to tell you a few things that I'm doing with a few other passionate people. So some months back, I've been thinking about this, about how can we disseminate information, or how can we share knowledge? And I begin to look at who are those that need to who are those that will need to share this knowledge? Okay, and yes, we have doctors, we have nurses, but are these nurses, are these doctors, exercise physiology, physiotherapists, are they informed about knowledge of sports medicine? So I did organize a program. I called it an incubator program for medics. So this incubator program was for 3 months. Okay, and the purpose of the incubator program basically was to provide holistic care for athletes, but we were targeting, healthcare professionals. Okay, and this program had webinars. So we had a few doctors, a few nurses. I think there were like 7 or 8 of them. I was with them for like 3 months. We're having virtual meetings. We had webinars. We had presentations. In fact, I was able to use my own little influence to bring a few people that I know, both in the UK, both in the US as well, even in Nigeria as well, to come and talk to them about sport and exercise medicine related stuff. So I remember I brought a friend that used to be the Crystal Palace doctor. Okay, he came and he spoke to them about what sports medicine is, his experience. In fact, this guy that came for our webinar is now the Chelsea team doctor. Okay, so he talked to them about basic things about sports medicine. So our mentors as well, I mean, those we are mentoring, we call them scholars. They also do presentations. Okay, so every week, okay, so there's a Zoom meeting where these guys come and they do presentations. So I give them topics and they go present things like, a few of our scholars then presented things on hydration and sport, injury prevention, sudden cardiac arrest. So they had to go back, do a research, and they presented to the group. I had hands-on experience. Okay, so hands-on. So how did I, do this hands-on experience? So I had one of my mentors, Dr. Salami, who is also an ex-officio. So I mean, I've worked with Dr. Salami, for years, and Dr. Salami was gracious, basically, to say, okay, you can bring your mentors to my clinic, and they can come and observe what I do. So a few of our mentors. Okay, so a few of our mentees or scholars, after the webinars went, to Dr. Salami, okay, and Dr. Salami was very gracious to teach them about things like how to read an MRI, okay. So as a doctor, as a nurse, when you see an MRI with, this is what to think about if it's a meniscus. Okay, so they are the hands-on experience, because again, some of these guys have not even seen how to repair an ACL before. I mean, I've seen loads of ACL repair. Okay, I've seen loads of meniscal repairs. So it was an opportunity for them to also have that hands-on experience. Now, another thing I did was, because I also have contact with, grassroots football and their coaches and their team. So I said, okay, let's do this. Well, I have some mentees that can come and work with you as volunteers on match day. Okay, as volunteers on match day. So the mentees were so glad to do it. It was free for them. So they went there. Okay, remember that they already had webinars on what to do on the pitch side. So they went to those places and they were there as their sport doctors and as their sport nurses. And it was also an opportunity for them to also know about NASMED. In fact, two of our mentees have joined NASMED and they are fee-paying members at NASMED at the moment. Okay. So again, that is what I've been able to do in sharing knowledge. And these are just some of the pictures of people that came. So we have Dr. Luwe here. Dr. Luwe is a Nigerian. He was on the webinar, spoke to these young people. I had the Sporting Lagos doctor. In fact, the Sporting Lagos doctor was a mentee. Okay, I referred him to Sporting Lagos, and he's the Sporting Lagos doctor. Is probably just 3 years post-medical school, but it was the Sporting Lagos when they were in the NPFL. And that was a massive experience for him. And he was able to come back to speak to other doctors, to other nurses. So that's something that we've been doing. Now, then, we are also doing sports medical outreaches. Because, I said earlier on that we need to begin to think pragmatically, okay? So tomorrow, for example, we are going to Ipaja tomorrow. So I'm getting all the mentees that we've spoken about, that we've trained. We are getting all of them to go to Ipaja tomorrow. And they're going to go and talk about topics such as anti-doping, injury prevention. That is the way we are sharing it. Now, these have been done successfully on a low scale, all right? So we are partnering with ex-footballers to reach grassroots athletes. Now, what is the future need and take-home message as we share knowledge? Is that we need to promote evidence-based scientific knowledge through research. And I'm so glad that I think the president talked about it when it was actually granting that information. We need our own knowledge. We need our own evidence. We need our own evidence. We need our own evidence. What is sports medicine in a low resource setting? We need our own evidence. And our own evidence will be centered around things like context. We're centered around things like implementation. We need to basic research so that knowledge, attitude, and practices. What is the knowledge, attitude, and practice towards menstrual hygiene? We can get loads of information. Now, most opportunities for our professionals, so we need more opportunities. Okay, and these opportunities can come in terms of knowledge exchange. So again, this is an opportunity now that I have. So I'm sharing knowledge. We need to encourage inclusivity of that allied health professionals, and that's something this administration of NASMED has done so well. I must really salute them for that in sharing the knowledge. But there's a caveat, and I'm not always afraid to say this, that while we are promoting inclusivity, we need to also talk about everyday practices. So we don't want any other person, we don't want the fact that, yes, we're bringing people in, the information at the evidence base, as the information derived. Then we need to finally work with the athlete support personnel as to begin to do knowledge sharing. So trust me, whether we like it or not, they listen to their coaches more than they listen to us. Okay, so how can we get the message across? How can we share this message, even to their support personnel, such as their coaches, such as their agents, their managers, to get this message across to them? Thank you. So that's my presentation. Thank you so very much.
Wow, let's give him a resounding round of applause. Dr. Jimishayo, you have blown me away. I thank you for that presentation. I thank you for, I guess, the bane of that presentation is more or less me borrowing from the good book, the Bible, that my people perish for lack of knowledge. And that lack of knowledge is quite prevalent in our sporting circles in this country. I am a witness. So, Dr. Jimishayo, I want to say thank you once again for that very exhaustive presentation. We'll be taking questions after the second thematic session, which will be presented by Dr. Sam Obodeminu, and he will be talking about regional perspectives. So, Dr. Jimishayo, please stay online. We will be asking you questions when they come in. When the question and answer session is up. So, thank you once again. Thank you everyone for sitting in and listening to that very, very informative session. All right. That was a very good way to kick the ball rolling. So we call on another luminary in the person of Dr. Sam Bundemini of the National Institute of Sports to give us his presentation on regional perspectives. Dr. Sam, you have the floor.
The president of NASMED, the executive committee and members, I think I want to congratulate everyone for this 30th anniversary. And before I go ahead, I want to present Sevalik because online I can see Dr. Koka, Dr. Amal, Dr. Hussein, and maybe others that I've missed. So I present cephalic in medical terms. So that means I dobale in the Yoruba parlance. It's a honor to be invited to talk at this seminar, and basically I think basically we are talking about charting a new path for sport medicine, and I'm meant to talk about the regional perspective. Well, I beg to say, well, I'll talk regional and continental. And what I will just basically talked about, it will be a practical thing. I know our time is fast spent. It will be the experience for the African game. I was opportuned to be on the technical committee for the last Africa game. That's the 13th Africa game, which Ghana hosted. And by virtue of that, I was the regional representative of West Africa. And at the same time, I doubled up as the head of the head medical and anti-doping for the game on behalf of the African Union. And as it was on the page recently, I just got a new mandate, a 4-year mandate to be the representative of West Africa again, and I'm actually the vice chairperson of the technical committee for the Africa game. And I would say this anniversary is timely because there are things along sport medicine that is being discussed. I mean, charting a new way, a new path as we've discussed. And what has been said by previous speakers, both from the goodwill message we got earlier on, it's when we look at sport medicine, we are not looking just from the perspective of the elite athlete. And I think one of the slides I saw in the last speaker that presented that in Premier League Academy, that's about 97% of the players that come through the academy don't really play one game for their club. So that's to tell you there are a lot of people that will drop along the line. And the sport medicine we are talking about reaching out to the grassroots, to the public. There are a whole lot of things that exercise, sport and exercise medicine entails. Because if you look at the NHIS, NHIS, that's the UK, you find out that through the instrument of data and research, they were able to get a lot of slots, for orthopedic, from the orthopedics, sport medicine clinic, were able to get slots from, reducing orthopedic slot in some of coming in today, but that didn't just come by them going to argue and fighting it out. They have empirical evidence to show the contribution of sport medicine to the general well-being of the populace. And as I said, we all know generally that sport medicine, it's new and developing at a very rapid rate worldwide. And as a country, region, or continent, we cannot stay aloof, and we need to do what others are doing. We need to be able to generate, apart from building necessary capacity, as we've said, we need to be able to bring it out in the open and work with them in an evidence-based practice that is in tandem with global practice. And having said this, the experience from the last Africa game in Ghana, we bring to bear, as we are saying that sport medicine, some people say, oh, what are you people doing? But, I always tell people, and those are part of the training session we had in Accra that I had with the medical people before the game proper. I said, when you are practicing in your hospital or wherever you are practicing, you can practice and close your door or your consulting room from people seeing that. But the practice you are coming to do in this game is in such a way that everybody is going to see what you are doing. It's before the cameras. And while you are seated there, at times it's for you to be able to witness whatever is happening, the mechanism of the injury in anticipation, because everything in your medicine, from emergency or whatever, there are times I used to say this, there was an incident that happened that was probing this country, that happened just few kilometers, less than 50 kilometers away from Abuja here. And the first person that sent the video of that thing to me was a friend in Canada. So on the same day, because as you are saying, everybody has their phone and they are recording what you are doing. So your practice, you can make a mistake, a serial mistake that can take off your license. So in the Africa game, as I said, those are part of the things talking about them. And if you don't have the required knowledge, I'll just give a simple example, because we had very wonderful guys that took charge of the medical bits of the game, and a good clinician in their own right. But there was a particular incident that happened during cycling, precisely, that an athlete got to a point of suffer from heat-related illness. But I can tell you more than 5-6 doctors that were the initial responded to this athlete were treating as if the athlete was head injured. And if you don't have a knowledge of heat-related illness, you are bound to make this mistake. And if you continue on that way, somebody you are supposed to be working towards the temperature or the fluid balance, you are thinking about something, a head injured person, you are being careful to even want to give fluid. And before you know it, if you miss the golden hour, you have a mortality on your hand. So it's just because of the presence of people that are knowledgeable on this feed, on what happened. That's part of why we're able to save that day and subsequent things. I use this as an example of what happened. I mean, the need to build capacity, of our people, knowledge base in sport and exercise medicine, because it's not everybody that will go into Africa game. Not everybody will come to the national team. So this capacity need to be built across from grassroots to whatever level we are talking about, to the highest elite level that we are talking about. So as a region, because I said I won't spend more than 10 minutes, as a region, that's the West African region, I can tell you that part of the Agenda 2063 that the African Union is pushing, it's for every region. Nigeria is in region 2, where the headquarters of the region is. Every region is being encouraged to have regional games, which can foster a lot of cooperation. So by the time all this regional game is happening, there can be a whole lot of exchange of knowledge, I mean, in sport medicine, because as we know, in the continent, of course, Nigeria, I won't say we are backward, but we are not where we should be. But there are other countries that are still far behind us. And I can tell you for free that there are so many other countries in Africa that are ahead of Nigeria. So by the time we are having things like this regional game, we're able to have a whole lot of exchange of knowledge between somebody from one country or the other within the West African region. Because I know region 5, which is the Southern African, and region 4, the East Africa, they are doing very well. Region 3, which is the Central Africa, I know they are doing a lot. I think they are having one of their first regional game in the coming year. It's been like that. So I believe West Africa, it's also time for West Africa to wake up. So I believe part of the impact program that NASMED is talking about, they'll be able to have cooperation along the sub-region. Of course, we have our big brother, Dr. Koka, who has been championing ANOCA in Africa. I'm sure he'll be a big brother to also guide NASMED in this direction. And going to the continent, as I said, we know people that participated in Accra game know that's not the best of game. Our elders that were there, we bear witness to that, but we know that it's not the worst as well. But going forward, we are planning to make the medical and scientific part of it impactful. And what I'm saying by being impactful is that there will be a strong committee along the continent to plan towards Egypt 2027, and it is in the pipeline. And as I tell you, as it's done in major game outside our continent, injury and illness surveillance will be a major part of the next African Games. And currently, the African Union is working towards a partnership with three universities, which I won't name. One is in the United States, two in the UK. They are working towards developing a robust injury and illness surveillance towards the game. You know, it's from all this data we're able to gain from sport medicine that help our practice, evidence-based practice. We're able to talk to confederations to be able to get them to change certain rule with solid evidence. And by this, we're able to go in tandem with what is done in the highest peak, which is in the Olympics. And furthermore to this injury and illness surveillance, we are also working towards people that witness what happened in Paris. I think for the first time, not just starting the medical meeting that they used to have, there were a whole lot of a medical program to train and retain people, exchange of knowledge, a whole lot of topic, as if you are going for a diploma course, short courses and other things. So there will be practical guidance in the next Africa game, all things being equal. We are working strongly towards that we have a whole lot of package for sport medicine come 2027 14th Africa game in Egypt. So in conclusion, we still once again want to thank the executive of NASMED for counting me worthy to share on the regional, as well as the continental perspective to charting a way forward for sport medicine on the continent. I believe we can only get better with our cooperation, mobilization of our people, empowering them to be able to work towards the populace and our athletes right from the grassroots to elite level. I thank you all.
Wow, 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 wow. I'm sure blessed to be anchoring this session. Just as Dr. Jimmy Shayo, I believe Dr. Sam also adopted a pragmatic approach to the presentation, to his presentation. So once again, I enjoin every one of us, both virtual and here present, to give Dr. Sam a resounding round of applause for that presentation. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we draw close to the end of this thematic session, it is the time for the Q&As. So, Dr. Jimmy, I hope you're here with us. Doing a synopsis of what you just presented, you gave us, you told us it's more or less about, you gave us a pragmatic approach towards, knowledge sharing, and in my own words, I could summarize it to individualize our message. We should always put into consideration our who we are to inform. You also talked about us being in their heads, with their desire for the game, their love for the game. For them to be injury and health conscious. We also, of course, we should always think of the financial reward that comes with participation in sports. When you hear of the financial remuneration of our great football idols, Messi and Ronaldo, to name a few. We also talked about we should always have an understanding, practice sports and exercise medicine practitioners' understanding, where we should have an understanding about their desire, actual reality. Of course, we talked about the inevitability of injuries. Many a time, These people think they are supermen and injuries will never come. Of course, you also told us going pro is not a given in sports. Of course, you hinted on their poor health hygiene, as well as what people don't want to hear is football is a very short career. We're talking about your youthful days from, let's say, 12, 13, 14, 15 to about 40, 41, 42. We are talking about the extreme of the Gaussian curve. All right. Like I borrowed a text from the good book, where we say, for my people perish for lack of knowledge. Information sharing must be holistic other than get towards sports performance and rather than get towards sports performance. So I might say you used football as a template in your presentation. I believe there are certain aspects of this that resonates with other sports. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. So at the end of the day, you concluded by giving us a pragmatic approach. We should always grab the low-hanging fruits. Lovely, 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 lovely. From the grassroots straight up to policy at the governmental level. So you gave us a bottom to top approach. You told us a lot has to be done beyond just medicine. You also told us to know those low-hanging fruits, as well as think outside the box, think about public health, talk about sports medicine and public health. I thank you. I thank you once again for that very, very, very exhaustive presentation. I have a question from Mr. Olumide. He said something about how can we educate our officials, administrators, coaches, and athletes to know more about the importance of sports medicine. I believe for some years now, there has been that discourse between sports and exercise medicine practitioners with the Nigerian athletes. But like I said, this question is to you. So you could throw more light as to the numerous ways we can educate everyone concerned with care of our athletes. So let's kick off that while we still await other questions. Dr. Jimmy? Dr. Jimmy Shola? Shinaki, are you there? You have the floor. Could you respond to the question thrown by Olumide? Okay. Since it's a panelist question, I would give the question to Dr. Sam Ogbondimu to give us his response as regards that question. Dr. Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about, I think that's from Olumide Oyedeji.
Yes, Oyedeji.
Yeah, my very good friend. Well, just like you said, it's a topical question that has been bedeviling the practice. Of course, I presented cephalic before, but I think I've put over 2 decades in the practice of sport medicine in the country. So I can tell you that it's a nagging thing, and it's not something that we end soon. But it's good that the awareness of sport medicine it's coming in gradually, because you work with some coaches that can barely understand basic physiology. So a coach who doesn't understand that, you say, when I was in the UK, I think one of these, what was the name of this England manager then? I happened to be in a sport medicine conference, which he came to. And when this manager was talking, my brother, you think he's a medical doctor. He's very knowledgeable about things, sport medicine and other things. And at a point when I was with Chelsea for about my football part of medicine, the coach came to us, and I mean, part of the session we had with Chelsea in Copam. And when the coaches talk with you, they know most of the things you know. How many coaches locally will you talk about VO2 max, which is one of the core things about whatever way that can interpret to you? So until we gradually, and it's good that NASMED is having collaboration with the National Sport Commission and other people. So it has to be intentional by having knowledgeable coaches, not coaches that you are injured and will be telling you no pain, no gain. I've been in camp with national athletes that there was no good ventilation and they were getting dehydrated and getting heat exhausted. And the coach will tell you that nobody should take water. Dr. Amau, who is one of my bosses there, I think he was the one that I have to call him in Abuja. There I was in Lagos, and he has to give an order to the coach. If anything happened, he'll be responsible. But of course, some of them are non-knowledgeable. So until we get to the point gradually to have coaches that are knowledgeable about what we know, that, I just told you, even a doctor, there was a heat-related illness happening, and the doctor thought an athlete was head injured. So gradually, we need to be empowered. I mean, the practitioner to exchange of knowledge, then the other people, the administrators, getting the right people who will understand the language that you are speaking. I think that's the way out. Thank you.
All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. To add to what you say, you are more or less saying there should be a paradigm shift as to how knowledge is dispensed when it comes to athlete care. I have been at the receiving end of coaches lording over their athletes, thinking they know better when it comes to their health. So once again, thank you for that very sound response to that question, and we thank God for the new revamped NASMED. We believe we'll have a good synergy with the Nigerian Institute of Sports that eke out these are coaches. So that at least they know the barest minimum when it comes to physiology and anatomy of sports. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for that response. So, any other questions? All right, Dr. Sam, I thank you for another pragmatic approach to presenting to presentations. I think that's the new normal now. At least as much as we we chime in. This is the era of evidence-based medicine. Part of that cluster is to individualize things. You've just individualized your presentation, and thank you. More or less, a practical approach is a more sensible way of getting across to your audience. Thank you once again for that presentation. Once again, I call on participants, both virtual and here present. Any questions for the just concluded presenters? All right.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Who am I speaking with?
This is Dr. Hussein, and I have a comment to make.
All right, Dr. Hussein, F.E. Hussein, you are welcome, my Oga. Please.
Thank you very much.
Please, the floor is yours.
First and foremost, let me congratulate our amiable president for this wonderful seminar which he has put together with his executives. I'm happy about the topic we are taking on today, which is not sport medicine, a path to the future. I quite appreciate, especially the last presenter, Sam, who has touched on so many important things. I would like to share my experience of the Winter Olympics in 2018 with the audience. I was privileged to be among the first African and Nigerian to have attended the Winter Olympics. And what I discovered in the American team was that 34% of the athletes from America that came for the Winter Olympics came from their rehabilitation center, sport medicine rehabilitation center. So as we are charting a way forward for sport medicine, we should also look at the possibilities of having a rehab centers, 1 or 2 rehab centers in our country, because most of our athletes, footballers, and so on, once they are injured, they tend to be forgotten. There are no rehab centers in Nigeria that can assure them that they can go back to competition. So that's very, very important. The Americans, the Chinese, the Koreans that hosted the Winter Games in 2018 had some of their athletes from rehab center, and these guys took gold during the competition. So that is one important thing I want Nigerians to start thinking about, to have good rehab centers where they have good physicians, orthopedic doctors, sport physicians, sport scientists who will work there and now have a way of rehabilitating these athletes so that they can go back to competition and earn their living. Is my humble submission. Once again, let me congratulate the former 2 speakers, which I listened to, especially my good friend, Dr. Sam. They spoke very well, and I'm sure everybody should take their speeches into consideration and let us spread the good news of sport medicine in Nigeria. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Effius, and thank you for that submission. It's good. Mr. President, do you have anything to say to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator, the Secretary General, Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine, for the good job you're doing. And I want to thank our speakers in this panelist section. Having listened to Dr. Suarez from the African Union of Sports Medicine and the last 2 presenters in this technical section, and taking a support for the last commentary from Dr. FESN, a member of the Nigerian Medical and Scientific Commission of the Nigerian Olympic Committee. Thank you from far away, United States of America. Despite the time differences, you have joined since morning with a waiting time to get started. The IMPACT program has 6 overarching strategic objectives, and one of it is prioritizing the establishment of SCM career pathways to recognize SCM practitioners, as well as influence policies that will back such sports and exercise medicine rehab center. The IMPACT program specifically to carry out our objectives in partnership with International Olympic Committee, the Association of National Olympic Committee, our own NOC, and private sector. We are going to establish and start before the end of this tenure, what is called mirroring the UK British Olympic Medical Center, NASMED, which provide advocacy as well as support to operationalize, in agreement with the NOC, Nigerian Olympic Medical Center. It will be an independent treatment, injury management prevention center to cater for the needs of our athletes and to ensure that after injury, there is rehabilitation and they can safe return back to play or sport. This is very important. I cannot but agree of having 1 or 2 centers that serves the northern region and the southern region of Nigeria. And at the same time, with the program at the University of Ilorin commencing on postgraduate diploma as well as our Master of Science in Sports and Exercise Medicine, we need such practice base where there can be hands-on experience, clinical experience before their final graduation. And in order to show the strength of the leadership of NASMED, we are going to have a memorandum of understanding with EHA clinics. They are part of our partners for this event, and that is to create what is called NASMED Practice Hub, which is a network of sports and exercise medicine clinics within the NASMED, and these clinics will be operated by members of NASMED, and that creates the kind of public-private partnership arrangements being midwifed by NASMED to cater for the gap in a specialized for the absence of a specialized injury treatment, management, and rehabilitation center for our athletes in Nigeria. So I'm supporting all what the speakers have said, but we're not just saying the words, we're not just talking. We are fully engaged in working our talks. Thank you very much, the panelists.
My President, before you leave, I would like you to respond to sent virtually by Folajimi. Said something about how do we incorporate those in orthopedics and orthopedic physiotherapy into NASMED.
Again, NASMED is an association of professionals with interest in sport, exercise, and medicine. And so there has been a meeting, I can authoritatively say there has been a meeting of the Arthroscopic Society of Nigeria, which one of their board members is also a board member of NASMED, and they have taken a decision at their last executive meeting. We're having one of our elders in SCM, who is also an orthopedic doctor, the former CMD of University College Teaching Hospital by Professor Temitope Alonge. They have agreed that the Arthroscopic Society of Nigeria has to work with NASMED and also be an athlete of NASMED. I think these are examples to show collaboration, participatory, as well as partnerships for solid development of sports and exercise medicine. For those in orthopedic sports and those sports physiotherapists across every discipline, we are creating a review of our constitutions that allows affiliations of existing national associations that relates to the discipline of sports medicine. We're already also in talks with NAFA, and they have agreed that NASMED is the umbrella body, and they are willing to collaborate with NASMED for programs implementation. And that is what NASMED is all about. It's not a competing organization. It's politically neutral, not bound by geography, but focused on how to improve the well-being of our athletes and at the same time engaging everybody, including subjects that may involve not just nutrition, psychology of performance, as well as safeguarding sport. Sport safety is very important. And like everyone has said, most times we practitioners retain our knowledge, waiting for injury. Now we'll be taking those knowledge out to them through our web presence, which is ongoing. So those are the approaches to engaging other allied professionals as well as existing associations that are related to SCM practices. Yesterday, myself and the Secretary General, we are with the President of the Nigerian Medical Association and the second Vice President at the National Health Summit organized by NMA. And we were there to discuss the importance of SCM. And so we are influencing within all health professional associations and even the regulatory bodies to have SCM as a standalone professional career and path. So if you're in the medical doctor, you're a physiotherapist, you can do courses, bridge courses, short trainings that focuses on XCM and allows you to also practice SCM in your existing practice. These are pragmatic approaches for an inclusive membership in the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine. Thank you.
I see Dr. Jimmy is back online, but before then, Dr. Jimmy, Dr. Akinwu Miyamawo, one of our Board of Trustees, would like to say a word. Dr. Amawo, you have the floor.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon to the executive committee members. Yes, I'd like to join others in congratulating the EXCO for the wonderful job they've done in a period of a very short period of time. Put this 30th anniversary program together. It's highly commendable, and I can see that we in the sports medicine or sport and exercise medicine society will have quite a lot of good things to see in the near future.
Thank you.
So that is one aspect of my observation. Now, going to the topic is very apt, charting a new path for sport medicine in Nigeria. And I think it's about time that this issue is actually, put into practice. I could see that there are quite a number of enthusiasts who are aspiring to join sport medicine. And I think we must take all this in our strides as we move forward. One of the few things I like to mention about is that sport, which is actually the common denominator in this issue. I view sport from few areas. Sometimes the sport is amateur in the past or competitive. But now you can see that sport has gone beyond that. I try to look at sport from the entertainment aspect, which definitely will take care of amateur, will take care of the school sports and so on and so forth, developmental areas. Then I look at sport from the recreational point of view, which is actually going to do something about health and wellness, health promotion, and then prevention of specific chronic problems among the populace. And that will be the realm of the public health, where the public health is very important. Then I look at sports again from the business angle, the economic angle of sport, which is the in thing now, the professionalism in sport, highly competitive, and that's talking about the elite sportsmen. We can see that the field is very wide open. It's wide open, and then you can accommodate as many as possible. So we have to start thinking of looking at sport and exercise medicine from public health point of view, sport medicine or sport and exercise medicine from the general populace point of view in terms of how productive the population is in terms of what they call their health issues. Sport and exercise medicine and children. Children have the right to play sport. They have the right for education. And that is where actually, when you talk about the grassroots, that's where you have the population, the pool, from where you can now draw whether they're going to be professional athletes or not. Then we have to start considering sport and exercise medicine and the female gender, because it's becoming a very, versatile area now. And then we have to look at issues that can be done to keep up with the challenges that will come with this. I agree that Jimmy Sayo and Ogmademino, they've said one or two things concerning all this, but I think you have to keep all this in perspective as to draw your program for the next thing. And then lastly, primary sport and exercise medicine center, which the president made mention about. I think is very important that we look at how we can actually get this off the ground, because it's very important to have a national rehab center where you have all the experts that can actually offer services to the athletes, whether at the grassroots, whether at the intermediate level, whether at the elite level. So that's my little observation or comments that I want to make at this time. And I wish you the best of luck and a successful, conclusion of this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One of our daddies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for reiterating all that the two former speakers upped on. Thank you very much for your contribution. So, Dr. Jimmy, you can speak, you can respond to that question, then we conclude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's not much of a response. It's just I just want to, probably put Dr. Sam on the spot again and the president. I know a couple of doctors have come to me talking about interest in sports medicine, not interested in doing
the conventional clinical medicine. And for me, one of the challenges for them is that a lot of them also want to travel abroad as well, and they want to also go and do sports medicine abroad. But to do sports medicine abroad, oftentimes you can't just be dropped in there, even if you have all the masters. Abroad, they also want you to understand. I mean, to have that hands-on experience. So we've been thinking, I've been looking that how can we organize sports medicine electives for 511 medical students, medical students. As I said, I actually piloted one with Dr. Salami, who's an ex-official, which is one of the board members with his clinic. But there is really so much that Dr. Salami can take. So the sports medicine center in Abuja, for example, are we in that line where we can get medical students or physiotherapists to come do electives there. So we have the there were also opportunities to have some hands-on experience both on the clinic and both on the pitch side. This, I believe, can actually begin to stir their thought up, and at least for those that would love sport medicine, they will know at that point that, okay, yeah, this is what I want to do, and also a way of building a portfolio. So by the time they're even done probably with their NYC they can also now begin to practice sports medicine in their own area, primary care, sports physician. So again, I'm just looking at if you have some centers already that are already functional, and we know that we have people there that can support these young medics or physiotherapists. Can we begin to think of how we can, facilitate the things? I think of I don't know, but I don't want to go into all the other probably policies, letters, how is it possible? But there are a lot of people that I know that are so interested, so keen on wanting to get all this kind of experience. But do we remember that a lot of people might not have the opportunity to have the hands-on experience? So, for example, in the NPFL, not many people will even advertise for a job in the first place. And again, because most of our clubs are still owned, by state government, it has to be somebody in that state. And it's not going to be easy for people to say, well, go and join your state sports commission, go and start from there. I know some people advocate for that, but trust me, it's not that pragmatic in that sense. Okay, for people to say, go and start from your own sports commission, then you can build up from there. So, but let's begin to think about how we can create more opportunity. And I think that's something we can look at. Thank you. I don't know if you can respond as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimishai Shinaike. I think as much as you are putting Dr. Sam on the spot, I think we are all saying the same. We are all contributing the same. It goes beyond joining the state national sports commission to be called a sports medicine practitioner. You still have to do the necessary training and have a hands-on experience. So I believe we've had a very engaging session, a very educative session. If I might add, a very interactive session. I want to thank profusely Dr. Jimishai Shinaike, as well as Dr. Sam Benjamin for stimulating our cerebral appetites for more. At this junction, I would want to all right. All right, please. At this junction, please can everyone online on their videos so that we could take a screenshot for posterity's sake. That would be nice. Thank you very much. I would want to acknowledge the presence of Katie. I see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. You started all this, and we want to tell you that it's going on smoothly. Thank you very much for being present. So, like I said, if you guys can help us turn on your video cameras, we would like to take a screenshot of all participants. Thank you very much as you comply. Thank you.
Are we camera shy? According to my organ to my left-hand side. Please kindly turn on your camera so that we can have
a screenshot.
A screenshot, please, for the high caps and record. Thank you, those who have switched on their camera. Please, we have a good number online now, so let's take this for record purpose. Thank you, please. Let's turn on our cameras. Well, after the count of 5, we will take the picture because we have to go to the next section. It's almost 2 o'clock, and that will be the final section for today, so that those who are traveling in their various locations telepathically online can arrive safely, and those of us who will move locally in Abuja, no permission yet, sir. Who was intentional?
IT, have we taken the let's go ahead and take the screenshots. Thank you, everyone who has turned on their camera. Thank you. Thank you very much for being part of posterity. All right, at this junction, I would have to make my exits for the next thematic session. Okay, I've been told to continue with the presentation. So if I may call on Dr. Eric Tete. I believe you're online. Dr. Eric Tete, can we have your presentation? The next session we are delving into is sports medicine and sports development. Of course, we'll have 2 key speakers that will be taking the thematic session. Theme 1 will be about the key lessons from international sporting events, Paris 2024 Games. And Dr. Eric Tete from Ghana will be giving us this presentation. And the second thematic session will be by Femi Abioye, the IOC Safeguarding Officer. And he will be speaking on safeguarding and sporting performance. So let's get ready for another cerebral journey. Thank you very much, everyone. Dr. Eric Tete, you have the floor. You can proceed with your presentation. Please share your screen as you do so. Thank you. Dr. Eric Tete, you have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm using my phone, so I'm trying to access the file. Yeah, but in the interim, I would like to say a very big thank you for this amazing opportunity to share in the midst of noble, distinguished personalities as far as the cause of sports and exercise medicine is concerned. Once I try to reach the file, so kindly permit me to.
We are waiting.
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Tete.
Yes, please.
You can go ahead. We have your presentation on screen.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, I would want to say a very big thank you once again, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leadership of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine, the entire executive leadership. And as a matter of fact, I would also like to extend my warmest compliments to the leadership, the likes of noble personalities like Dr. Sam. I mean, I quite remember my interaction with him some time ago during the All Africa Games, where I also happened to have served as a member of the doping committee from the local committee perspective. I'm also pleased to have heard from the likes of other noble personalities like Dr. Osinaike, if I got it. And I'd also like to extend my warmest compliments to a lot of noble personalities, including Dr. Bakari, who I'm pleased to also call like a mentor, or a mentor as a matter of fact. If I may zoom straight into today's discourse, which is in line with Nigeria's 30th Symposium, in line with their theme of charting a new path to the future as far as sports and exercise medicine is concerned, then I would say that today's opportunity is one that I'm very much passionate about. I'm very much passionate about because Anyone who knows me as that young fellow who's very much passionate, not only about sports and exercise medicine, but as a matter of fact, very passionate about how to advance the discourse of sports and exercise medicine and ensure its development, not only in my country, Ghana, but across the landscape of Africa. And it's for that purpose that on today's session, where we're chatting a new path for sports medicine, it brings to mind experiences and observations that I had, where I consider myself honored to have experienced during the recent past Olympic Games in Paris, where I was pleased to have served as a member of the medical venue force at the South Paris Arena and other venues as far as the Games was concerned. Please permit me to quickly run through a brief of myself. I had my MSc at the University of Loughborough, a renowned university as far as sports is concerned. And whilst in the UK, I also happen to have had the opportunity of sharing as the medical and the performance science head of Sporting Loughborough FC. And I also currently undertake my clinical practice at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital in Accra, Ghana. And I'm sure most of the prominent personalities here know about the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Alongside, I continue to exude my passion for sports medicine by serving as the doctor for the Ghana Boxing Authority, the Ghana Rugby Union, and of course, my youth club, where I happen to have played semi-professional football, called the Adabraka Elders FC. I had my training as a doping control officer by Claridium Anti-Doping in Denmark, where I also had the opportunity of also serving as a doping control officer whilst I was in the UK. Please permit me to zoom straight into today's session. And I'd like to say that having listened to a lot of the noble personalities' presentation, it looks like quite a number of things that I would have wanted to touch on as part of lessons that I picked up from the Olympic Games seem to have been elaborately discussed. And of course, you could clearly tell that these were noble personalities who understand the scope of sports medicine, what actually Africa's problems are, and what we need to advance the scope of this particular passion and practice within our continent, and not only in Nigeria. And for that purpose, there may be some areas that I may not want to repeat myself. And of course, I'll just give credence to these personalities such as Dr. Sinaike and Dr. Sam on some of these areas that they are passionately touched along the line. I break down my lessons into 7 key areas, and I discuss it and I capture it as global insights, local impact. And of course, what is the essence of sharing lessons from a continental event where I happen to have been part and parcel of almost every nook and cranny by virtue of the opportunity that I had and the role that I had to share? And what essence will be these lessons if we cannot localize and contextualize them within the context of the Nigerian sports medicine and, as a matter of fact, on an African continent at large? And for that purpose, I caption each and every specific lesson under these 7 thematic areas. The first one being precision in athletic care and performance, resilience and adequate mental health support, capacity building, early talent identification and the science of optimal performance delivery. The fifth one being investment in sports medicine research, where I go on to highlight the fact that data and research serves as the real engine of progress as far as sports and exercise medicine on our continent is concerned. The sixth one being on the issue of doping control and how we can leverage medical conditions, especially when it comes to the context of TUEs and evaluating of TUEs to the benefit of athletes who have specific medical conditions that I observed during the Olympics. And the seventh one, which hinges on the fact that teamwork actually makes the dream work. Now, I quickly zoom on into the very first session, where almost each and every one of us observed this particular monumental event, the 100-meter session, where exactly 0.005 seconds made the difference during the Olympic Games. And for me, it was the talk of the moment at the Olympic sessions, where for the very first time, we are seeing the very first and second position being determined by just what you would describe like a fraction of a second. Now, if you ask me, how do I relate this to the concept of sports medicine, where I describe it as precision in athlete care and performance? During the Olympic Games, I was privileged to have observed not only at the event venue, but how athletes were managed in terms of the overall well-being, in terms of the entire sports medicine spectrum at the athlete village. And it was amazing the extent to which performance monitoring tools and individualization of athlete care was being implemented for various forms of athletes during the event. For me, it boiled down to the fact that sports medicine practice for some of these elite athletes had gotten to the point where it wasn't an all-size-fits-all, but it was more or less athletes have been individualized and specific treatment modalities were being implemented as a way of optimizing the performance of some of these athletes. And what is the message here? It is quite obvious that there is a huge dearth of sports medicine practitioners within our landscape. But then, if there was any lesson that I learned, was how specific teams and medical professionals or team officials, as far as sports medicine was concerned, were able to limit and try to narrow specific treatment and management modalities for specific athletes at the Games Village at specific times, all in efforts to inure to that particular athlete's optimal performance. So it wasn't a case where all athletes were warming up and they were all warming up the same way. No, you could clearly tell that there was concerted effort in making sure that almost every single athlete's performance is being expedited by virtue of enhancing the precision in the athlete management and care. And for me, this is one big lesson that I learned, that I believe that in our quest in advancing the cause of sports medicine practice, much as we have the dearth in professionals, we should find a way of trying to identify some of these athletes and have more focus in being more precise with specific areas of their well-being that will go to a long way in near to the overall performance and peak optimal outcomes. I move on to my second point, which is a very important session of the Olympic Games that we observed, and it was also one of the biggest talk of the moment, and that was the issues of mental health. It comes to me as no surprise that when you look at the spectrum of return to play, the concept of psychological return to play is not hinged on that much. Even in the UK, when you look at the current return to play policy or the current return to play protocol, you realize that the aspect of psychological return to play is not hinged on that much. But the case of Simone Biles and many other athletes proved that indeed mental health is, if not necessarily the entire battle, it is half of the battle. I'm saying this to point out to the fact that I observed most of the African teams that never came with a psychologist or a sports psychologist. It was rather most of the European teams, most of the other countries, the elite teams, that probably had what I saw as a sports psychologist, playing very, very vital roles in the management of some of these athletes. And I dare say that if I look back at my experience that I had with one Nigerian athlete, and I don't want to mention her name, but she was one of the powerlifting athletes. And I remember I shared this story with Dr. Umu. And this athlete was battling with an injury. She had a shoulder injury, and I don't know if I've mentioned the sport itself, but she was at the South Paris Arena. And clearly, from the first time she had an event to the second day, she walked towards me. She thought I was actually Nigerian because I was only black medical professional amongst the venue officers. So she walked to me and she actually, for some reason, she thought I was Nigerian. And I told her I was Ghanaian. But of course, the fraternity that we share was okay for her to open up to me. And you could clearly tell that what she was suffering from could have been alleviated or her situation could have been enhanced if she had appropriate sports psychology assistance. You could see that she was drenched in the emotional trauma of her injury. She was drenched in the challenges she was facing as a then. And all what she said is, nobody minded me. And that's the statement she made. I'm not trying to slay the proficiency of the Nigerian because clearly, I'm yet to see any West African country that has won as many medals within the Olympic fraternity or global international sporting events as Nigeria. And it's not a virtue of the fact that Nigeria has the highest number of in terms of West Africa, but obviously by virtue of a lot of things that Nigerians have concerted and participated in, they've shown that they have what it takes to be able to perform and go beyond their capacity when they get the needed support. I'm raising this particular incident to draw out the fact that if there's any lesson that I've learned, judging from the incidents of Simone Biles, judging from the incidents of Thomas Walsh, judging from the incidents of the American swimmer as well, Walsh as well, then the concept of mental health as far as the Olympics, it's something that I feel Africans underestimate its impact. And I believe that in our quest to charting a new path in sports medicine practice, the issue of psychological support is one that I feel we didn't underestimate as we move forward.
I'd like to quickly move on to the third one, and it's about capacity building. And I was pretty much excited when I raised this particular aspect, this particular third point that I observed. And I observed this point during my sessions when I was serving as a doping control officer, during my sessions when I was serving as a venue medical support member, especially during the Seine and the Trocadero venues. And I noticed that the capacity building that I'm talking here is not necessarily about the professionals, as a matter of fact, but it's more about the athletes themselves. I was extremely amazed at the level of proficiency that some of these athletes understood what they needed even when they had acute injury. Some of these athletes even understood that they were not supposed to take NSAIDs as a way of managing acute injuries. And I asked myself, if these athletes are able to understand the inflammatory process and know that NSAIDs have this level of effect, how many of our local athletes are able to have this level of an understanding to even query the kind of medication that you are giving them? It wasn't the case for some of our African athletes. In fact, I was at the Games Village and I saw an African athlete who was taking a particular supplement, which I knew for sure that this particular supplement, by virtue of the current WADA codes, the athlete was quite ignorant. And I wonder how such a swimmer was able to qualify for the Olympics and was able to still be able to take in such a supplement. And the swimmer indicated that she was taking that supplement because he bought it from Germany. But then, if you understand the WADA codes of strict liability, then you understand that the fact that you've bought something that indicates that it contains something doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to contain that. And it was a very huge risk to be taking a supplement you were not too sure. You haven't checked whether it's within the WADA codes or not, and you are taking it a day before your games. This level of knowledge, this level of intelligence, this level of expertise, this level of understanding was something that I never experienced within the Western athletes, the athletes that were coming from even Algeria, Egypt. They seem to be more knowledgeable. So I wouldn't want to go too much into the aspects of capacity building, where I also believe that as professionals, we need to go beyond ourselves and seek more knowledge. Whether we like it or not, sports medicine is not really that kind of traditional specialty area where there seems to be a lot of advancement as far as medical practice or the science of athlete care is concerned. It seems to be always developing. New advancements keeps coming. And much as we continue to hinge on the essence of professionals seeking building capacity to enhance their knowledge so that they can also make sure that they are up to date with what they churn out and the kind of care they give to their athletes, I believe that we must find a way to emphasize and enhance the level of knowledge and education, awareness, sensitization on some of these things for our athletes. Because I believe that a well-informed athlete solves close to 50% of our problems. And I remember very much when Dr. Osinaike was stressing on the essence of sleep. I mean, if you look at the continuum, if you look at the pyramid of recovery, you realize that sleep is at the bottom, and it's huge at the bottom. It tells you the impact and the weight that sleep carries as far as recovery is concerned. And I'm saying this to point out to the fact that when athletes understand the impact of some of these things, and they are you approach them and you manage them from a well-informed point of view, it makes our work as professionals easy. And I believe that this should start from a relatively younger levels as we deal with these young athletes. I believe it's incumbent upon us as medical professionals, as health professionals, as sports medicine professionals, that in our quest to helping some of these athletes, we try to go a step beyond in trying to explain in basic terms the science behind why we are doing what we want to do for them, so that it gets to the point where they own the knowledge of why they have to do what we have to do in a way that makes things even easier for us. In a way that when it gets to the point where we are having this conflict with the coaches, some of these players already have the understanding of why they have to do certain things, and it makes things relatively easier for us. I move on to my fourth point, and it talks about the investment in early talent identification and the science of optimal performance delivery. At the Athlete Village, I observed an interesting monitoring of, especially for the track and field athletes, especially for the sprinters. For those of you who are at the Olympic Games, especially at the Stade de France, at the Games Village, there was this track area where most of the athletes usually go for their training and their warm-ups. And you'll be surprised that there were some of these countries that had mini monitoring systems that used to monitor the 4 phases of an athlete or a sprinter's performance. As you all know, it starts from the initiation phase, the acceleration phase, the drive phase, and the deceleration phase. most of these athletes were having IMUs on that tracker to the point that their coaches had this monitoring tracker, which they're able to tell the specific seconds they're able to make at various phases of their sprints. So even when they are warming up, they are preparing, prior to the event, their coaches are able to monitor where they lack and where they are deficient within their particular training regions that they have on that particular day. What am I trying to say? Most of our Africans were deficient in some of these technologies. And this is in connection with the usage of or the investment into emerging digital technologies, which all boils down to the science of optimal performance or the science of performance delivery. So clearly, you realize that a coach is able to tell few hours to a particular athlete or a day or two prior to a particular athlete's big event that this is where your deficiencies are, and this is where we have to work at it. Unlike other coaches where it's more about the usual routine that happens, the usual warm-up routines. The investment into the science and technology of performance delivery was something I witnessed at the Olympic Games, which to me made a lot of difference. I would like to move on to the next thing, which was athlete monitoring and performance analytics. And this zooms into the concept of anthropometric analysis, biomechanical assessment, physiological testing, and gene morphological traits. Olympic Games finished around I think late August thereabouts. I went back to the UK, and even before Paralympics started, the UK have started their selection process for their 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. They've started their selection process. Fortunately, because I was in Loughborough, and for those of you, my seniors who are in the UK, they understand how extensive and comprehensive Loughborough is as far as UK sports and athletics is concerned. So I happen to have, me being in Loughborough, I happen to have been part of the selection process in supporting the selection process that was going on within the Loughborough setting. And it involves various sports medicine professionals who are involved in the screening and the selection of some of these athletes. And clearly, you understand that they were not just selecting athletes who were enthusiastic. They were not just selecting athletes or young folks who have distinguished themselves in specific sports or who were passionate about specific sports, but they were looking at specific anthropometric analysis, biomechanical assessments, physiological testing, just like the V2O marks, the REE, all those markers, and gene morphological traits, which one way or the other distinguishes certain athletes and indicates or gives a clear indication that certain athletes are likely to perform very well in other sports or in certain sports. And clearly, science has backed this kind of analysis and this kind of performance monitoring and analytics. And that is the level at which certain countries have gone ahead of us. We cannot compete with them when it comes to technology, but I believe that if Nigerians have proven to be competent in almost every field that I found myself. And I use this expression boldly and proudly because most of my mentors that I know are Nigerians. So I know that if I'm speaking to the Nigerian Sports Medicine Association, that I'm speaking to competent professionals who are capable of doing this. And I'm speaking to the most populated country in Africa. And of course, when it comes to talent, I know I'm also speaking to Nigeria. I say this because I've been to so many places and I've seen a lot of Nigerians naturalized for them and doing so much well. So I know I'm speaking to a country which is blessed with talent. I'm saying this to point to the fact that the Olympic Games opened my eyes to seeing how specific athlete morphological traits were defining moments. And I just want to give examples, as you see from the picture. If you look at the picture clearly, where you have the American gymnastics, which involves the likes of Simone Biles and her fellow team members. You could also see the likes of, I think he was able to raise 220, I've forgotten his name, but he's from Georgia. He won the weightlifting tournament at the South Paris Arena where I was privileged to be there. That is also the Nigerian weightlifter as well. She also qualified. I think I saw her at the South Paris Arena. What message am I trying to draw with these particular pictures? I'm trying to send a message of how specific body morphological advantages were very, very prominent at the Olympic Games and how those body morphological structures showed prominence in specific sports. I may not want to go into the nitties and gritties of it, as you can see on the screen, but if you remember the American swimmer Walsh, she had double jointed elbows. And as we all know, for those of us who've been following Olympics for some time now, The most prominent and most decorated swimmer, Michael Phelps, is also one of those people whose body morphology, by virtue of his double jointed elbows, was also one of those cardinal body structures that aids him in that particular specific sport. Not to talk of the fact that most of the prominent gymnastics where people you notice have this short stature with high strength to weight ratio. And just like I mentioned, Simone Biles is one of them. If you look at basketball, they have their specific body stature. If you look at the marathon runners, the Ethiopian, the Eritreans, the Kenyans, clearly you could see their tall stature and long arms. If you look at the sprinters, and the sports scientists will tell you that the sprinters are blessed with a lot of fast twitch, and we call them the type 2X muscles, which are involved in fast twitching. And that is why you notice that a lot of our athletes, especially the sprinters, are of West African descent. And it goes on and on. What is the message I'm trying to send here? I observed basically how specific body morphologies were defining medals at the Olympic Games. And if the message to the Sports Medicine Association of Nigeria is that we should just go beyond just selecting people and trying to identify when we are picking talents, how we can guide them with our understanding of the science of body morphology and how it relates to the science of performance, and see how we can guide some of these young athletes into optimizing how they are endowed into their peak performance and peak outcomes for the outcome of sports medicine optimization, and of course, for the glory of winning medals, not only for themselves, but of course for Nigeria as well. I'd like to zoom straight into the fifth one, where I would like to talk about this fifth point, which to me means a lot to me as far as my understanding of the progress of sports medicine is concerned. Over the years of building enthusiasm in sports medicine, I've come to realize that one of the biggest challenges that we face in this part of our world is proper data and research. I've come to realize that most of the books that we use in sports medicine is heavily hinged on research from Western data. And that I've spoken with lots of professionals who, to some extent, feel they cannot even trust the kind of quality, the data that comes from a part of our world. And I believe this is a very big challenge to us if we really want to advance the cause of sports medicine. Because just like I stated earlier, I've noticed that sports medicine is not like those other professional areas or the professional specialty areas, which are already established. There's been numerous researches that has been done across various races, sex, gender, geographical locations, and that decisions are being made on very concrete and generalized grounds. Unlike sports medicine, it looks like most of the decisions are being made based on more or less Western data. And to what extent are we going to allow the Western data to take decisions for a group of population which has proven to be more dominant and more prominent in sports? I believe this is a food for thought, and it's a thought-provoking question that seeks for us to find whatever means to invest into proper data as far as sports medicine research is concerned, and be able to champion the cause of establishing and enacting proper research that will go to a long way to define the face of our practice, and not necessarily rely on external data, which does not to a very large extent or to a broad extent speak to our context. If there's any actionable idea that comes to mind, it's the idea of requesting or pleading or hoping that we can have a percentage of our sports budget to research initiatives. And of course, if possible, collaborate with academic institutions which run programs in sports and exercise medicine related programs in Nigeria and of course across the sub-region, so that we can find our own way of doing proper research, enhancing the quality of our research, collaborating and corroborating efforts so that we can champion the cause of an African sports medicine discourse based on evidence-based data. This takes me to my sixth point, which is, and it may come across as quite a controversial one. For those of us who remember what happened to Noah Lyles when he lost the 200-meter to the Botswanan runner, the name just escaped me a little bit. I'll try to recall. There was this issue that came up saying that he was suffering from asthma and he also had ADH, attention deficit hypersensitivity syndrome. Now, for my seniors who understand the concept of TUE and how some of these conditions, one way or the other, can even inure to the benefit of some of these athletes, it goes to the extent of trying to advance the discourse that a child who has asthma, a child who has ADHD, a child who has certain conditions may probably be that child who is likely to win medals for his country. And what am I trying to say? Most of the drugs that are taken in the management of some of these drugs, and of course, I say them carefully, and the medications that are taken within the concept and within the confines of the allowed confines of doping drug use in sports, most of these drugs under normal circumstances are drugs that are used, if not for the purpose of a theory, would have been tenable to be described as a performance-enhancing drug, some of these stimulants that are used in managing some of these things. It doesn't come by chance to find the likes of Billy Concheda, a lot of asthmatics always been on the podium of athletic events. It doesn't come by chance to find out that most of those who have ADHD are those who win medals at the Olympic Games. But what is the difference between those people and the ordinary Black populace? If you look at the entire African country, the entire African continent, probably in South Africa, in Kenya and Egypt, those are the only places you may probably find WADA standard labs. And even, I beg to differ, it might probably be the only one, the Egyptian one or the South African one, that meets the overall standard. The continent cannot boast of even 3 standard labs that we can use for proper monitoring of our athletes as far as management of theories, making sure that you're taking them within limits, and if possible, trying to use them within the appropriate limits to even aid and optimize their performance legally. And I use that word carefully. I think this is something that, as controversial as it is, I believe it is something that when we invest in proper forensic labs within our continent and our space, we can be able to make sure that we analyze and see how we can advance the monitoring of some of these athletes with some of these conditions and ensure that we can leverage the understanding of some of these conditions and the use of theory in ensuring high performance or optimal performance, whilst also ensuring that we safeguard integrity and the compliance of fairness in sports. I move on to the very 7th point of what I observed. From the very beginning of the Olympic Games, and I was pleased to have been part of preparations even from the year before, 6 months ahead. And clearly, if there's anything that I look back at the Olympic Games that has inured immensely to the success of the Olympic Games, then I would say it was teamwork and collaboration. Teamwork and collaboration from the very onset to the end of the Paralympic Games. I was fortunate to be part of the opening ceremony as well. And it was amazing how seamlessly various professionals, close to 2,000 professionals on different areas, and close to 11,000 athletes all had to come together, working in tandem to deliver a flawless event. What is the message I'm trying to cut across as far as sports medicine development in our part of our world is concerned? And I'm very much happy when I was listening to 2 of my senior colleagues when they touched on the essence of collaboration and inclusivity. If we can continue to advance the discourse of sports medicine and advance it more professionally and effectively, then I believe that we should always find a way to collaborate with almost every form of professional as far as they've got a role to play in optimizing an athlete's performance and athlete well-being is concerned. We must find a way to respect the role of each and every kind of professional that comes into the fore and ensure that we collaborate our efforts and Jojo in ensuring that we all put our strengths together in putting and delivering the right flawless outcomes for our events and for our athletes as well. If there's anything that I observed, I feel we can also channel this as far as collaborating efforts in the sports medicine concept and sports medicine professionals is concerned. It's one of the key things I think I would also want to leverage across as a very important lesson I learned from the Olympic Games. I would like to conclude gradually by hinging strongly on the motto of the Olympic Games, which I repeat, or which I re-emphasize, Citius, Altius, Fortius. The Latin expressions which stresses on faster, higher, stronger. For me, this particular motto reminds us of the evidence-based practices that over the years, together with the cutting-edge technologies, and the collective dedication of all and sundry, including every single stakeholder as far as Olympic Games is concerned, how all these have seamlessly come together in tandem to redefine the growth, development, and the limits of sports and exercise medicine practice that today we want to chart to a higher standard. I'd like to say that if there's anybody that reminds me of the essence of gradual progress and growth, then it can never be anybody than the most decorated British Paralympian. And for those of you who know her, Madame Sarah Dam Story. This Olympic Games was her 9th Paralympic Games. Yes, and you heard that right. The 9th Paralympic Games. She's been in 9 Olympics and Paralympics. She's a Paralympian, so I would say Paralympic Games. And she was able to win beyond her. She won her 19th gold medal at the Paralympics at the in Paris. And she's won a cumulative of over 30 medals. And she made a statement and it said, it's not so much a mantra as a way of life. I choose a process-driven approach that ensures that I'm searching for the best version of me. Today, as I speak on this particular August event of the 30th Symposium celebration of the Nigerian Association of Sports and Exercise Medicine, I see an association that has made the conscious effort of growth. I speak to an association that has made conscious effort of advancing and charting the path of growth and development in sports and exercise medicine practice. And for me, I say that so long as the Nigerian Association of Sports and Exercise Medicine continue to chart this particular path, I am more than confident that they are on the right road to getting the process right. And I'm more than confident again that the outcomes would continue to take care of himself. That we'll look back one day and we'll look back at the collaborative efforts of all and sundry, all the great mentors, all the executive leaders, all our 4 mentors and leaders who have started this course, and we, the younger ones, continue to chart, that our athletes are having better performance and essentially their well-being is being prioritized above any other thing. Permit me once again to extend my congratulations and my warmest regards to the Nigerian Association of Sports and Exercise Medicine. As a Ghanaian, I would like to say that we continue to share good fraternity with you. And just as we have decided to also start our Ghana Association of Sports Medics, we continue to take cue, share ideas, fraternize, and advance the discourse of sports and exercise medicine within the West Africa region, and hoping that we'll continue to endure as the real giants of African sports. Thank you very much, and may the good Lord bless the country Nigeria, may the good Lord bless the Nigerian Association of Sports and Exercise Medicine, and may the good Lord bless us all. I'm grateful.
Amen. 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 If you are sitting, stand and give a very, 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 very resounding applause for that extensive, for that exhaustive. God, I've been taken on a journey. Dr. Tate, wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was quite explosive. You erupted on us so much knowledge. You spewed volcanic. Oh, I was in Paris. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Once again, can we give a rounding round of applause for Dr. Tate for that presentation?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Dr. Tate, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Katie, thank you. You sure brought us the right ones. I know a lot of us have several questions for Dr. Tate. So please, we enjoy you to stay online while we take the next presentation, after which it will be the question and answer sessions. So wow, I think today is all about mind-blowing and presentation. So Mr. Abioye, if you are ready, please give us your presentation. He will be talking on safeguarding and sporting performance. Mr. Femi Abioye, take it away.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And it gives me a great pleasure to be doing this, even though it's remote. But one thing I remember very well, about 30 years ago when NASMED was formed, I was in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, came as a student member. And looking back and seeing the way that the new song of activity brought a lot of joy. And I can but congratulate everybody that has imbibed this new direction. and pray that our good Lord will imbibe you with more wisdom and understanding to take NASMED to a greater height. My name again, Femi Abiyoye. I graduated as an exercise physiologist, and in the last 28 thereabout years, I've devoted my time, knowledge, and even resources as well possible to the welfare of an athlete. And I'll share a small experience. Even though back then it wasn't a big deal for me, I probably was one of the few medical students that represented their alma mater at NUGA. I was the goalkeeper for the handball team during Calabar NUGA games, and then the one that was held in Royal. I can't remember the years now. But one thing that, going back the memory lane, was the fact that Unilag then had about 3 or 4 brothers from the North Part to join our team. And, you know, then ABU used to, I mean, I don't know for now, ABU used to be the biggest and the best handball collegiate team way back. And these people came and joined, and they introduced us to some very unholy acts in the team. But then, I mean, I've heard about some of those things that they were trying to indoctrinate us into. It didn't make so much sense to me then. But now, with my newfound capacity in safeguarding and making sport safe for people to practice, I know better. And that brings me to the crux of this presentation, which is over time, most of us, and I use that word deliberately, are the pedestrian of the administrator or in the other divide, does not really think so much about an athlete other than the fact that just go on to the pitch and win for us. And benefit of hindsight, there's so many things that has happened that has made some athletes that will have been distinguished, you understand, to abandon their sport. Some of them will tell you that, oh, their parents that says they must face their book. I could have taken that same route then, but I did not, and it gives me some joy. But I won't pass through those experiences, and I won't listening to some other people's experiences. Then it builds on all of us, because we're in a changing time that we need to take to heart a lot of the things that we don't take seriously before now that constitute harassment and abuse in sport. Just by definition, the IOC consensus statement on harassment and abuse in sport identify 5 main forms of harassment and abuse. 1, psychological abuse. 2, physical abuse. 3, sexual abuse, which is what most people talk about, and sexual harassment. And the one that for me is a big issue is neglect. This form of harassment and abuse may occur in combination or in isolation and can be one-off event or series of events, and may occur in person or online. Harassment and abuse stem from real passive power differentials and is rooted in discrimination, be that related in gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, disability, age, and others. But for me, one definition that recently stand out for me is the one that was proposed by Anne Tavers. Anne Tavers is an order of British Empire and one of our course director at the IOC Safeguarding Officer course. He defined safeguarding as an inclusive sport that is safe and is enjoyable in an environment for everyone, participatory in any role and at any age. And that seems to sum up the academic exercise of the IOC definition. Next slide. And that brings me to some noticeable prevalence of harassment. And I know a lot of us have seen some of them, which has made it difficult for athletes or even people who participate leisurely to play sport in a safe and enjoyable way, which is by right is what they are meant to do. And we've all alluded to the fact that in Africa, while the whole world talked about evidence-based information or capacity, we have very poor research and data on prevalence of harassment and abuse in Africa. Some other will not report abuse case because, again, we have some cultural differences. But I would like to admonish all of us present here as professionals to say no to abuse or violence that we may observe. And with this presentation, we will discover some of those abuses and harassment. Next slide, please. There are principles that support the safeguarding process. And I would like to say that these fundamental principles that emphasizes the protection and well-being of individuals involved in sport encompasses policy. When I say policy, I mean safeguarding policy, a required procedure. In procedure, we talked about how those processes are explained, how they are laid out as issues, and to whom those issues are reported to. We all know that it is very important to protect everybody who participates in sport from abuse, because it is in their best interest. And they also have rights to protection, which includes positive coaching. And primarily, it is about educating and capacity development in the things that we now know to form bedrock of abuse and harassment. And lastly, reporting and the response that we give to this situation when they come to the fore. Next slide, please. I've talked about the prevalence, if you can see this diagram very well, we have very little number of research, and it makes it difficult for us to continue to chase the things that are primarily of Africa or Nigeria importance. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I have said here the general, no, back. Okay, thank you. I have said here and displayed the general impact that abuse, harassment have on an athlete. And in this conversation, the athlete definition is broader to include even every one of us seated in this event. And it has cultural context, which could be discriminatory, which could be harassment, and which could be defined as abuse. But they are all non-accidental violence. I mean, because you know that there are some sports that are contact-based. I mean, for example, in a boxing round, you won't be talking about in the field of in the boxing space. You will speak about safeguarding in a different way. You won't be seeing them as violence. But we'll zero in here on the non-accidental violence that we face on a day-to-day basis. And the impact are such that it has both effect on athletes and the organization from which these passive experiences are observed. From the organization perspective, it could mean the reason why some sponsors can withdraw their support because nobody wants to get involved in anything that stain their name or bring bad influence on their activity. Secondly, we look at some of the most prevalent issues athletes. And we talk about physiological, physical, and sexual neglect, which could result into. Can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yes, we can. We are hearing you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, then.
So we have the impact, which includes one of the most prevalent one has to do with illness, and they come in different ways, and that we need to be very, very conversant with these issues to be able to observe them. And they also result in mental health. And the other slide. Next slide, please. And the current challenges that we face in mainstreaming safeguarding, particularly in our space, is one, resource constraint. Like I said, safeguarding has just become a very topical issue in the sport balance, and we need to train a lot of people in the way and the how to make sport very much safe for participation. And that speaks to the fact that that's why there is very little awareness. And more importantly is our cultural sensitivity. I mean, we've spoken about a lot of them. One of them, which is very popular, is the fact that we say no pain, no gain. For an athlete that has just been abused by a coach, comes to the training, and because in form of revolting to part of the action of the coach, at the training ground, the athlete could start throwing tantrum of I'm not feeling fine and what have you. But instead of the people around to notice that something is at stake or something is going on, the coach, because of his power, can then evoke this no gain, no training model, and then force this athlete to train against some of his wishes. Again, it is very noticeable in our climb, and again, it's not an evidence-based evidence-based conversation that I'm having here, but something that I have noticed, which has also happened to me, is the fact that we do not tend to report some of these unholy acts between administrator and athletes, or people that we have power over. And this makes it a bit difficult for us to mainstream safeguarding in our sporting codes presently. Next slide. And from the last conversation, we know that it has become very important for us to safeguard our athletes or participants in sport. One, because of their well-being. Two, because an abused athlete might not play sport in an environment that makes competition even. And so athletes might not fully participate or excel in those sports. Thirdly, positive learning environment. Safeguarding promotes a positive and supportive learning environment where athletes and participants can thrive both academically and athletically. Next slide. And like I said, going back to some of the conversation we have, and the fact that the IOC and most of the international sporting codes have developed what we call safeguarding policies and framework. I'm happy to inform that Africa Union is not left, and I'm referring specifically to the African Sport Council, have a framework for safeguarding participation in African sports should be. The framework has been well circulated. The onus is on all of us as practitioners to look for how to domesticate some of this framework. I know it's not a very easy thing because of the challenges I've mentioned earlier, but in the spirit of making sport very safe for all participants, we just have to find a way to create a talking point for some of this framework for their adoption and subsequent implementation. Next slide, please. So in talking about safeguarding our sport, I can't say enough of the responsibility that fall on administrators, the coaching staff, and the athlete. I mean, I remember very well the last speaker spoke extensively about this interdependent knowledge sharing between these three actors to make sure that we continually share best practices, particularly when it comes to to the safeguarding of sport. And because we are all administrators, at least most of us on this call are sport management practitioners, I will extend the role and responsibility to include the fact that we need to be aware about the general topic and how it affects the different roles that we play, either as a dietitian or a PT, because some of these tail signs, we see them with some of these athletes, either psychologically or even, I mean, you might just be massaging an athlete and you see a bruise in his private part. It could speak volume to the fact that that athlete had just been sexually abused or otherwise. And so we need to be more vigilant. We need to also create safe environment where it is easier for some of these athletes to talk to us. And in talking to us, we need to also be able to know what constitutes abuse, what is an harassment in the new definition that I've shared earlier. And that means we have to educate ourselves. And in educating ourselves, we need to collaborate with each other. I mean, you know that in the backroom staff, there are different professionals. So we need to exchange information, we need to exchange ideas so that we can get to see some of these tail signs and then also lend our voice to reporting concern using the laid down procedures. Next slide, please. And in doing so, there have been a lot of requirements for what we call tools that can help us in this journey. Some of them speak to what we need to do when we do evidence-based conversation that is as a result of researches or learnings that we have. I mean, I was privileged to be at the last Olympic, where, like the last speakers said, that we had a lot of series of training and capacity development, leveraging on some of these tools. And it was very instructive to find out that for the first time in the history of the Olympic movement, a specially designated area was termed a safe zone, where athletes can come to relax and express some concern that they have before going for competition. And then maybe after the competition, they also can come back, listen to, or take opportunity to listen to music, to speak to different specialists on areas of concern. And I find it very, very interesting to the extent that, and some of us discovered the fact that we have 3 major phases for safeguarding athletes going towards a major competition like the Olympics. There is a pre, there is during, and there is one that you do after they return back to base. I don't know if our national team contingent took advantage of any of these different opportunities, but it is very instructive to know that they are with us and they are getting. Next slide, please. So we talked about implementing safeguarding measures. The first thing we have to be very deliberate about is the training programs. I said this deliberately because we need to be in a continuous learning mode because of the different dimensions that the safeguarding issues are beginning to unfold. So it comes with creating training, particularly for the administrators, in such a way that we can include the necessary rule book in our administrative activities and processes. Secondly, we need to mount a lot of awareness campaign. And what we're doing presently at this fora is to also sensitize sport management, sport medicine and management practitioners on the need to be a bit more vigilant. I mean, I remember one of his earlier speakers talked about seeing a particular sign, and if you decide to use your own knowledge to treat those situations, we might have some very dangerous signs at hand. The same can be said for issues that border on harassment and making environment safe for our athletes. We've seen situations in which some athletes will just decide to throw tantrum in the camp as a way to revolt. But if we do not understand the fact that a lot of signs have underneath issues that we need to unfold before we can then treat those symptoms, we might miss a very big opportunity to help these athletes adjust to the environment in which, which have brought some form of abuse to them. We also need to follow the reporting mechanism that is that has been documented of these reporting situations. We know that we need to keep a lot of some of these things in a non-discriminatory way. We need to make sure that our athletes don't also get further re-abused by reporting some situation to us if we do not follow well laid down mechanism, and it is available in most of the sporting code frameworks. So we could just take those reporting mechanism and then adopt them for the use of our sport or our association. And I mean, having said that, I think it's also very important to encourage the management of, the executive of the Sport Medicine Association of Nigeria to also ingrain a safeguarding policy in our rule, in our activities, and in our constitution, so that we might not find on our hands things that we overlook, we can jump and bite off in the face. And lastly, there are a lot of support services that lack credence to making sport safe that are available now. And while Nigeria were grappling with, can somebody mute the person who is giving us a lot of background noise? Hello?
Hello, yes. We've been getting, I guess, interference in the background.
I think it's from one of the participants. It's not from me.
All right. I enjoy every one of our virtual participants Your background is noisy and is interfering with the presentation. Please. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, you may continue.
Thank you very much for leading to the call to wisdom. Next slide, please. Hello, please. The next slide, as I round up. So this is something that is very, very close to my heart, because a lot of situations have gone that we have covered up in the different sport codes for cultural biases in Nigeria. And I'm going to use this forum as an advocacy to speak to the new as the Sports Commission, the newly formed Sports Commission, to take very active interest in starting a process that will help us, and by so doing, put the necessary safeguarding culture and process
Dr. Abiy, just hold on. We are trying to rectify that background noise. We would unmute your microphone, so just hold on, please. We're ready. Dr. Olufemi Abiy. Just hold on, please. We would isolate your microphone. I believe from your back, you and the noise. It's your background, Dr. Olufemi. Please.
It's not my background.
No, we've actually found out the participant. Mr. Chooks, please, can you unmute your microphone? All right. Mr. Olufemi, we apologize for that. Please, you have the floor. You can unmute your microphone. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for doing a very great job, making sure we're all on this. Speaking to an advocacy opportunity that this Sport Medicine Symposium will avail us to speak to the new leadership of the new leadership of the Nigerian Sports Commission to please have an open dialogue with all their sport codes on the need for them to ingrain a safeguarding policy in their constitution and in their activity. We need to also declare a zero tolerance. And that speaks to something that I would like to mention at this junction. The fact that we all know that presently, beyond the fact that you are name shamed if you are caught abusing a minor, there are some state of Nigerian which has made it even a criminal pursuit, that if anybody is reported to a reported case of sexually abusing a minor, that the person can go to jail. And they will also publish those. We need those kind of zero tolerance too, to be clearly stated in our policy in the sports sector. We need also to encourage support system that help athletes that has been harassed or abused, not to become a second victim. In most advanced sporting codes or countries, we now have what we call different groups or different safeguarding group. I use that word deliberately, where those athletes that have those trauma can be enlightened, and some psychological support granted to them. Some can even get some form of medical treatment where it is very discreet. And so we need to start thinking along this line. And lastly, we need to start becoming positive role model when we imbibe some of these safeguarding principles, which, like I said earlier, when we start making our decision on the children, even adults, that we should pretend over in our course of rendering sport administrative work or sport medicine practices. When we start taking them not to just be an athlete, but to look at them and know that they have a right to participate in a sport in the way that it is safe for them. I'd also like to let you know that this is an international right, which most of the international agencies have subscribed to. So we need to be conscious of that. If before now, that if we do not allow our best intention to make our athletes practice sport in a safe environment, we can be prosecuted, and I use that word deliberately for that purpose. And there are so many publications now. I mean, recently in one of the African countries, a coach was just sent to jail for something he did over 10 years ago. Because, you know, some of these practices does not come up immediately. And as some of the athletes develop and they gain confidence, some are able to then look back and take action that help them to become, that can then make it an omen for the perpetrators of those abuse or harassment. Next slide. Next slide as we round up. We talked about the requirement for data collection and performance review. The last speaker said so much about that. And the fact that these are the things that we need in making some evidence-based proposition that will change the mind of some of our administrators or our leadership in changing some perceived cultural attitudes that we have practiced over time, so that we can continually make sport safe. And sometimes it makes a lot of difference in the performances of athletes, particularly athletes from this side of the world. Finally, next slide. So in conclusion, I make this recommendation. And I know that, and this speaks to my experience is, again, I'm a sport insurance practitioner. And when you speak to a lot of clubs on the need to protect their athletes using the instrument of insurance, the first thing they tell you is that they don't have money. And I'm not surprised that when you talk about safeguarding, particularly things that looks a bit of what you can't put your hands on, service inclined, which is what safeguarding, part of safeguarding is about. You hear the fact that we don't have money, but we need to invest in this area so that we can reorientate ourselves and get the necessary resources, which is crucial for making the environment safe for all the people involved. We need to empower athletes and even ourselves as administrators to understand the rights and especially to report issues when we have concern. We need to collaborate with all the major participants, even including the outside participants, including some of our sponsors. There's a need for us to collaborate to make sure that every member of the ecosystem that makes for sport to be what it is, understand and know the best practices and have access to the resources that make sport a safe environment. And lastly, this is very important. We all have to become advocates of a safe sport, a safe practice, making sure that we don't take for granted any member of the people under our watch or our care, and to speak truth to power, which sometimes can be very difficult, but we must abide with international best practices in being able to do this when we have the right processes put in place, because it then not become an issue of witch hunting somebody, but it then become an issue that we all have agreed to make this sport safe for ourselves, for the athletes, and for the coaches. So you cannot be found doing this and this. On that note, I will once again like to appreciate this August gathering and to say that safeguarding sport is a collective, and I want all of us to take some of this conversation back to our respective practices, our respective sport club, sport association, and to preach the gospel that make safeguarding policies and procedure a must, that is backed by capacity development and education, so that at the end, we could make sport more inclusive, very enjoyable, in which everyone participating in any role and at any age is safe. Thank you very much for listening.
A round of applause for Mr. Abioye. Thank you for a round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a third presentation. We have a third presentation in the person of Folajayi Karim, sports psychologist. He will be giving us a presentation on mental health among Nigerian athletes. While we wait for him, Mr. Femi Aboye, I want to say a special thank you for that eye-opening presentation. I believe we may, in most times, in the name of motivating athletes, the coach might just be abusing the athletes from this presentation you've given us. That's it's indeed an eye-opening one. I guess this is one part of sports medicine that is really not talked about. People really don't talk about it. We thank you for informing us. I would say I am indeed informed. We'll be taking questions for Mr. Aboye after the third presentation. So please pen down your questions or even put it down on the chat. We would see it and revert when that time comes. So Mr. Folajaye, you can go ahead and send us your slides while we project it during your presentation. We are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Liaising with, I think it's Obina.
Yes.
So that he can project the slides to us now.
Okay. Yes, Obina is my name.
All right, please. I would need to send it to you via email.
Via email?
You can send it to me. Yes. Or do you want me to just project directly now?
Okay, if you can, that would be lovely. If you can.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I don't know if you can see my screen.
We can.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Good day, everyone. I know that different people are joining here today from different parts of the world. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone today. I count it a great privilege to be able to be a part of this milestone event for the Nigerian sporting world. And today I'm going to be talking about a topic that speaks to the heart of Nigeria in general and mental health and how we have taken it. To be honest, I would say that mental health in elite sports and mental health and the Nigerian athletes are a picture of how we have taken mental health as a community. And so hopefully I and my team today will be presenting on mental health and the Nigerian elite and the Nigerian athletes. And we've tagged this building a supportive framework. My name is Folajayi Karim. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I recently gained my diploma in mental health in elite athletes. And I also have a body psychologist with therapist rather with me, a mental health therapist in the US, Iyanoluwa Alunge, who both of us would take your questions when we are done with the slides. So I would say that today we'll be exploring the critical intersection of mental health and Nigerian athletes, examining the current challenges and building a supportive framework for better support for athletes. And we will draw from the IOC guidelines while considering the unique cultural context of Nigeria. Now, what are the current states? What is the current state of mental health in Nigeria? The reality of mental health in elite sports presents stark numbers. 34% of elite athletes experience symptoms of depression or anxiety. For Nigerian athletes, these challenges are often intensified by unique cultural and systemic factors. Our athletes face not just the universal pressure of elite sports, but also cultural expectations, resource limitations, and often a deep-seated stigma around mental health discussions. And research has also shown that the mental health problems can lead to reduced performance, high-risk injury, and slower recovery times. So for Nigerian athletes who carry the hopes of a nation, these impacts can particularly be severe. And understanding this landscape is our first step towards meaningful change. How do we understand this landscape? Understanding mental health in sports. Now, mental health exists in a spectrum. It ranges from peak performance states to clinical disorders. And for Nigerian athletes, this spectrum is influenced by multiple factors: training demands, competition pressure, universal, they are all universal, but our athletes are actually navigating cultural expectations that may discourage showing vulnerability, which is very in elite athletes. And so media pressure, particularly the age of social media, adds another layer of complexity. It's crucial to understand the mental health isn't just about managing illness, it's about optimizing well-being and performance. So for our athletes, this means creating an environment where mental health is viewed as integral to athlete success and not just separate from it. And the barriers to support. Let me go to my next slide.
Are you still there, Mr. Falajai?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Okay, so the unique barriers or the unique challenges for Nigerian athletes. Now, there are several, like I mentioned, there are several significant barriers currently impeding proper mental health support for Nigerian athletes. And some of these are cultural stigma, especially cultural stigma, which often leads to reluctance in seeking help. But access to mental health professionals, particularly those who understand both sports psychology and Nigerian cultural context, are extremely limited. language barriers can complicate international competition scenarios, particularly some of the issues that we've suffered lately. I was discussing with my team member here about some of the things that we have faced in the international scene as a sporting nation, you know, and part of a lot of the things that I know has been neglected that would have greatly supported our international athletes includes mental health. You know, the previous speaker talked about safeguarding, athletes, and you know, the safe space that was created for them. These are some of the things that, if implemented from a local level, can really enhance the performance of our athletes in the international scene. And so while financial constraints often means mental health support is viewed as a luxury, the reality is that you don't need too much finances to support mental health, especially from a preventative point of view. So when people look at the financial expense in the long run for mental health, they consider it as a luxury rather than a necessity. And so these barriers are not insurmountable, but we must address them by applying deliberate, culturally sensitive approach. What are these? Okay, we talked about the barriers. So how do we implement, you know, support? How do we build a support system? We have to create effective support systems that require a multifaceted approach. And we need to develop interdisciplinary teams that include sports psychologists, counselors, and cultural liaisons. Very important. So when we are talking about health, the health of an athlete generally, we are not just speaking about their physical health alone. We are also speaking to the tune of how their mental health is affecting their physical health, and how their physical health is affecting. And so we have to create those safe spaces for mental health discussions. They have to be established. And at training facilities, you know, and competition venues. So implementation of regular mental health screening programs, as recommended by the IOC, needs to be adapted for our context. Not just when we are preparing for events, or even before these events. Having access to these athletes and being able to, you know, do these regular screenings would help greatly. And the thing is, because people are afraid of the cost, the truth is that screenings will not cost much, especially if it is done early enough. But this includes coaching and, you know, and support staff as well, not just only the athletes, right? And we need to recognize early warning signs and understand appropriate response protocols. So emergency response systems must be clearly defined and accessible to all stakeholders. As I try to round up, what are the practical implementations for, you know, athletes and the Nigerian athletic scene in general? I'd like us to look at practical steps for implementation across the athlete's journey, and my team member will also come in. Pre-competition assessments should include mental health screenings conducted sensitively and confidentially. And during competitions, we need dedicated mental health support services, which includes quiet spaces for mental recovery and access to professionals. Post-competition care is equally crucial, particularly following major events. Resource allocation needs to be prioritized, and it has to be also sustainable. So they need to prioritize sustainable long-term mental health support, not just because an event is coming, let's just quickly do something. It has to be a long-term, longitudinal plan. This is going to help us as a community first generate data, accurate data for the mental health of elite athletes, and then also help in the assessment and intervention of mental health concerns in elite sports. And then also these services must be delivered with cultural competency. So not just picking up maybe data from international publications alone, but also with special emphasis to the Nigerian context. And so we have to understand both the Nigerian cultural norms and the specific pressures that our own athletes face. So what are our recommendations? Recommendations based on the IOC guidelines and understanding our Nigerian context include establishing dedicated mental health teams with cultural competency, implement regular culturally appropriate screening protocols, create dedicated mental fitness areas at training and competition venues, and then develop education programs for athletes, coaches, and support staff, and create clear emergency response protocols so that we are not struggling to say, what are we going to do in periods of emergencies? Like some of the emergencies we have encountered in the past 2 Olympics that we have attended. And then finally, ensure continuous support systems, especially post-competition. These recommendations require commitment from all stakeholders. We must have buy-in. We must have sports federation, coaches, medical team, and leadership support these recommendations. And the investment in our athletes' mental health is an investment in their success and their whole well-being. There is a maxim in mental health which says there is no health without mental health. And so I will close by saying supporting the mental health of Nigerian athletes is not just about preventing problems. It's about empowering our athletes to perform at their best while maintaining their well-being. Thank you so much for your attention. And I will turn over to my my teammate as well to talk to us about young Olympic athletes and what we can look into. Thank you. Yanolua, please take over.
Hello. Good afternoon. Once again, I'm honored, just like Fola, to be able to speak to many individuals in Nigeria who are also thinking positively and thinking forward about what we can do to make the focus on our athletes not just about the amount of medals that they win, but about their whole self. And it was a good conversation that me and Fola have been going back and forth on the impacts of mental health and how we push for exercise and medicine and how they intersect. But then more so how mental health and taking care of that is influential on the exercise that the athletes get as well. A big thing in my research that I've been doing recently has been on how young athletes are now that are becoming Olympic level. We saw in this past Olympics, there was 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds that were running for their countries. And we're seeing the same thing as a trend across a lot of countries where athletes are younger and younger, becoming at that professional level and going professional stage, and realizing that we need to start tackling all these mental health issues that arise with the athletes at a very young age, instead of waiting to the point where they break down after their career. Especially for Nigeria, knowing that the sports that is getting the most support and the most push is an Olympic sport that is in the winter as bobsledding, and we don't even have snow in Nigeria. And so it's something that we know that we need to put at the forefront of our mind when it comes to realizing that athletes start preparing for these these events at a very young age, and they start specializing at a very young age. But if they don't have the support throughout their exercise, throughout the preparation leading up to their performance, they're not in a good mental space to even perform at their best. And then when things don't go as planned, then the fallback from that is even worse, because they didn't have anything set up ahead of time to help them to figure out, if it goes well, this is how I react, and if it doesn't go well, I can also control how I react and control how it affects me. And knowing that a lot of our athletes are specializing early, it seems more so that there's a lot of burnout, and it's hard for us to get athletes that are going to perform 2 Olympics in a row, talk less of 2 years in a row, knowing that there's there's an overwhelming amount when it comes to performing for your country versus even performing for your club or performing for your school. And so I think a big push for us now is keeping the whole athlete in front of our mind, not just looking at them from a medical standpoint of we want to treat their injuries or we want to help them with their orthopedic issues, more so that we know that if the athlete isn't in a good mental state, if they are not mentally ready for the challenge that's about to face them, the effects that that challenge might have on them would be so much greater than if they had something pre-planned and we had some means of helping them regardless of the outcome of their performance. I think Fala touched on a lot of the really good points of knowing that it's not that expensive, right? A lot of it usually comes down to cost, and we're looking at how much it will cost us to be able to be effective. And yeah, we don't have to get all these sleep pods and all the fancy things that are going to help athletes, in this meditative states. But at the same time, we can create a space where it's easy for athletes to sit and be able to reflect theologically on everything that they've gone through, and realize, why they're reacting the way they are, why they're making the decisions they are. And I think even for athletes going to a stage where some of them have never traveled out of the country before they get to the Olympics, and now you're in a whole different country, it's pressure from not being used to a different environment and pressure from not being comfortable in a different space. And then we want them to perform at their best in their peak, right? I feel like they need some sort of normalcy to follow them to those venues in order to make it not such a challenging situation. And also, we need them to be able to talk to somebody there about, okay, I'm in a new country. I don't know how to react. I don't know how I feel about, and people don't understand how I talk as well. People who think I need to change how I talk, or I don't understand what anybody's saying to me. And we ran into a lot of issues with that as well, with players getting disqualified. And so knowing that if we are sending people that are going to be support systems, just like we send doctors to be support systems for athletes, we can come back and have athletes that are going to perform year after year, as opposed to them being a one shot and then they are done. I know I'm talking too long, but I appreciate Fola bringing me in on this as well. And it's, of course, an honor to be able to speak in front of everybody here and get to hear all the ideas and beautiful ideas that are flowing through the Nigerian medical system. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Falajai Karim and Iyanu Lua Alonge. He happens to be physiotherapist, athletic trainer based in the US, and coincidentally happens to be the son of Professor Temitope Alonge, one of our revered members. Once again, thank you very much for that enlightening presentation. Thank you very much. We have now come to the question and answer sessions. Of course, from Dr. Eric Tate to Olufemi Abiyoye, and to the more recent presentation by Falajai Karim and Yanulua Alonge. Please, if you have a question, you could type it up. If you want to speak, just notify us. We will put you on. Once again, taking a run through of presentations made so far. Dr. Eric Tate, gave us key lessons from international sporting events in the just concluded Paris Summer Games. He gave us 7 points, precision in athletes' care and performance, where he noted individualization of athlete care is key. He also talked about resilience and adequate mental health support, where he said the mental game is practically 50% of the battle. And of course, you could say it's timely that this was followed by a mental health discourse by the just concluded duo. Dr. Tete also gave us the third point, capacity building, where he stressed that it's not just capacity building when it comes to healthcare professionals. He stressed that athletes' capacity building is core. While we, as much as possible, make them stay on top of current trends when it comes to medication use, supplements use, and all that. The fourth highlight was on investment in early talent and identification. In early talent identification and sciences, where he said selection is way beyond just desire and talent. Performance monitoring and analytics are the bane of sports, peak sports performance. The fifth point he made was investment in sports medicine research, data being the engine of progress. Of course, we should know in sporting terms, there is in large racial discrimination when it comes to data provided. He has called upon us to be at the core of increasing data in terms of our race. The sixth was on leveraging medical conditions, lessons on therapeutic use exemptions, and monitoring. Of course, we have certain medical conditions of which the medications are amongst those drugs that have been hinted to be performance enhancing. We need to learn a lesson from this and leverage on it for those athletes who have these medical conditions and are top in their chosen sports. 7, he talked about teamwork and collaboration. He tagged it, this is the dream work behind athletic success. Collaboration is key. It can't be more emphasized, as the last 2 speakers also talked about collaboration. He quoted a very, very good Latin pontification, Citius, Altius, Fortius. Faster, higher, and stronger. I pray that to be our case for this new NASMED. All right. Mr. Abioye talked about safeguarding principles, but he was quite extensive. This is where I would like to ask. He pointed out there are regional as well as international safeguarding policies. If I may ask, do we have a Nigerian safeguarding policy? At least if we don't, I believe NASMED will be at the core of championing this cause. In the Nigerian context, gave us a rundown of how to go about it. He mentioned open communication, zero tolerance to every form of discrimination, to every form of abuse. We talked about support systems and also finally having positive role models. Finally, the duo of Mr. Folajayi Karim and Yanolua Alonge gave us a very critical rundown about the importance of mental health, athletes' mental health in achieving peak performance. they pointed out that cultural factors seems to be the bane in our society when it comes to mental, when it comes to affecting athletes' mental health. He also talked about resource limitations, talked about stigma, talked about media pressure on the need to perform. We want to say thank you, every one of us, for their very, very educative inputs into this second thematic sessions. So like I said, the floor is still very much open to questions, in the absence of any questions, you could also give us your comments, suggestions, and insights. All right. So far, I have asked a question, and that's for Mr. Olufemi Abiyi. Does Nigeria have a safeguarding, an athlete safeguarding policy? All right. We are still waiting on your questions. Please.
Can I have the floor now?
Yes, you can respond. Yes.
Okay. So a bit of a context. I was privileged to work with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group in partnership with the Ministry of Youth and Sport to write the sport industry policy for Nigeria. And I think from a very vantage position, I will also recommend to the executive of the Sport Medicine Association to also have a look at that policy, because in terms of capacity development and some of the things they spoke about today, we ingrain it in that policy. And I have it on authority that the new Sports Commission are really looking at it to implement. So we have some level of input to that policy. It has to do with how safeguarding should be done. But what I will say in clear understanding is the implementation has to start from bottom up. What do I mean by that? We need all the sporting codes. We need all the sport association. We need all the sports grouping that we can think of to first understand and put it as a policy, either in their constitution. Because like I said, for example, FIFA has FIFA Forward. So the onus is on NFF and its state association to first adopt that framework of the FIFA Forward safeguarding into their is it act now or policy, from where everybody then take their implementation from. So if I can answer you, yes, but don't forget that the implementation of safeguarding is not really resting on the Sports Commission, but it rests on the different sport codes, the different sport associations. So that is where I think we should begin. I hope that answers your question.
All right, I will take that for now. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Kiwumi Amao wants to give a comment, a remark. You have the floor, Dr. Amao. Dr. Mao. All right, in the absence of Dr. Amao, Mr. Femi Abioye, Yanu Olua Alongi has a question for you. Yanu Olua, please, the floor is yours. You could ask your question.
Thank you. So I just have I had a question with regards. I know he gave it a little bit on the business side on how that affects the sports in Nigeria and athletes. And so for context, I got my first master's in sports business, and a lot of that focus was on marketability of players. And I think a lot of the issues that crossed over between our presentation and his was the idea of monetary concerns being forefront on athletes' minds and on the sports association mind too. And so my question was, do we have anything currently in place to help in marketing athletes that will help stem calm the monetary concerns that transcend just like they worry about the money? Then that also affects how they train, because they're not sure if they're going to be able to afford all the fees to get to that stage to perform. And do we have anything in place currently in our system that is helping towards that or pushing for that?
All right. Mr. Olufemi Abioye, can you respond?
That is not really a safeguarding question. Hello?
Yes, we have you. We can
Can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry. So I just meant that because I know you spoke a little bit about the overall side of what it takes to manage the team of athletes, and that also plays a little bit into how we show off our athletes to the rest of the world, and how that can help us get sponsors so we don't have to always come up with the money for everything by ourselves. So that was kind of my question of like, if we have anything like that in place, with regards to things that were written into the system and things that were written into that law that you just spoke about.
So if I can put it like this, we know that, and this is well documented across Europe, where some sponsors have withdrew their support for a particular sport because of issues that borders on abuse. I will not be permitted to make those references here. You understand? But the critical thing when it comes to making sure that you are accountable. So we all hear of ESG, which has to do with environment, sustainability, and governance, of which safeguarding is part of a code in the governance issue that, look after the activities of every sports federation or association, as it may be, or even club. And so cooperation take very seriously issue that has to do with ESG. We not compromise with any club who does not have or will not get into bed with any sport organization who does not have a corporate governance that reflects how they deal with the different actors, of which safeguarding is a key component. So in terms of business relationship, it's becoming a very topical issue that company that sponsors sports in any of the business outlook are always looking out for. But I also believe that in terms of organizations that look after welfare of athletes, there is onus on them to put the right safeguarding
processes in place such that in the bigger sphere of resource exchange, there's something we call name, image, and likeness of athletes, where they can use it to earn considerable income.
The NIL.
In terms of advertising, sponsors, or in terms of collaborating with particular institutions to protect and to protect them. You understand? It could be a big issue. So, in closing, I would say it's a changing time. Athletes have become very, very important commodity, and we need to treat them as such so that we can enjoy continually. Because before, federation used to go to sponsors. Now, athletes also can go to sponsors. But if an athlete is not well protected and he earns some income that becomes bad because of the fact that the association is not treating it very well, then the two of them become loser in the space where we talk about sports and resource exchange. I hope that take care of the question.
Yeah, I definitely believe it did. You brought up the NIL too, which is something that I know is talked about very much in sports nowadays too, and how much of the law system goes into that. And I think this is where I guess we pull in lawyers that are able to help athletes get these NIL deals that will make it more of a assured thing when it comes to finding sponsors and making sure that they're protected, not just by the governing body, but they're protected by the law system itself. I appreciate you answering my question. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let me also add the fact that, you know, in that, well, I don't want to use the word that we're late starters on the continent, but I would think that the first Olympic that is going to be hosted on the soil of Africa should give us enough impetus to support our young athletes that will be going to Senegal in 2 years' time. And such support will also help them by understanding that they are a brand on their own, and in such way teach them how to leverage their name, image, and likeness to attract resources that will help them train to become better athletes. And there are also honors on us as administrators to take this gauntlet and bring this information, the data, the skills, and what is required for them to take advantage of that economy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for that discuss. It's quite extensive. Mr. Akinwumi Amao, Dr. Akinwumi Amao, you are ready. Please give you.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Right. Sorry. Coming back again, you know, listening to the last three discussions, I feel that there's one more thing that the Nigeria Association of Sport Medicine can still do, because when I look at the entire situation with the welfare of the athletes, I tend to feel that, you know, they are underserved. What I mean by this is that, you know, we have underserved the Nigerian athletes for quite a long time. It's not that they are not being served somehow by sport medicine or the medical aspect, but they are still underserved when you listen to what we are now hearing. And one way to do this, and I think we initiated this in the Medical and Scientific Commission of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, and I feel strongly at this time that the issue of having in each of the federations medical and anti-doping committee as a standing committee becomes very, very, urgent. This is one way that, we can bring sport medicine or sport and exercise science, anti-doping issue, relevant aspect of psychology and so on and so forth, closer to the athletes. Because if you look at it, from the government side, it might be difficult for government to be able to do this. We tried this in 1995 while inaugurating the Nigerian Sport Association, then the newly elected members, that the minister put it in his address that each of the associations must have a medical and anti-doping committee as a standing committee. Well, it was not followed through. Some had, some did not bother. Some said they couldn't find anybody within the elected, what they call associations then that are medically inclined. But I think we have to take the challenge, through the Nigeria Olympic Committee, because since they become federations now, which means they have constitution. Each of them has a constitution. And with Nigeria Olympic Committee, the governance system, like what Abiyo is saying, we now have to come in and be, what they call it, ingrain in them that there is need to have this. Because from what Dr. Tete from Ghana said concerning the Olympics, that's at the highest level. And from the aspect of looking after the athletes, their mental health, Abiyo too, in terms of all this issue about different harassment and abuse in sport, we would do well to probably in sport medicine collaborate effectively and more with the Medical and Scientific Commission of the Nigeria Olympic Committee to impress it on the Nigeria Olympic Committee at their board meeting, whether they are not general meeting, to review this and then make sure that this suggestion is made to the federations and then is followed through. They must have medical and anti-doping commission, whatever name they want to call it, but there must be the medical aspect, group of people that look after the health and welfare of the athletes at that particular level. That's just what my contribution or my remarks would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daddy, Dr. Akio Miyamao. For equity's sake, Mr. Sam Obon virtually, please just hold on while I take comments from our president on site. You will be the next after his comments. Mr. President.
Thank you, Chief Moderator, that has been moderating the technical section since it began at the keynote speaking section. Just to bring an information, new development regarding the need for NASMED to advocate at a very high level for the sports federations in Nigeria to have medical and anti-doping committee. The good news is this. Yesterday at the Gala Award night to mark the 30th anniversary symposium, in his address, the President of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Abu Gumed, ONFNSC, and you can quote me anywhere, stated that the next executive board meeting of the NOC, as part of the agenda, would discuss two things. One, the structures of federations to include NASMED member, and also the establishment of the medical and anti-doping committee. So with this, I think the NOC now is in the forefront of ensuring that these structures are in place, because there was a case sample yesterday from the Nigerian Football Federation Nationwide League, where a medical office was created by the league, and the league in the past 10 years have implemented a pre-competition medical assessment, though in its limited methodology in terms of the scale of assessment that is done. But that has ensured, compared to other Nigerian Football Federation leagues,
there has been no incident of pre-season during, out of competition and in competitions, sudden death, just because of that injury, prevention strategy. So the NOC president told us in his remark when he was giving thanks on behalf of the recipients of our awards last night, that the NOC will take this seriously and ensure that all sports have these structures. Over, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a lot. That answers quite a number of questions. Dr. Akim Kamau raised we should collaborate more with the you have just corroborated that, and of course NASMED will be in the forefront of healthy collaborations with the Nigerian Olympic Committee. So Sam Obon, if you are still with us, we can have your short remark. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think most of my comments, majority of them has been said by our respectable senior colleague, Dr. Amao. But once again, I want to thank all the speakers, starting from Dr. Tete for a whole lot of insightful talk. I mean, everything he mentioned about the innovation, collaboration, and how we can generate viable researches locally that impact on our athletes, because either you are bringing them locally, they are competing internationally. So we have to be at par at where they are. And to get to that, we have to do what others are doing. There's a whole lot of takeaway point from what he has said, but I don't want him also to, well, we know this is about NASMED, but Ghana and Nigeria are friends, and our patient big brother, Dr. Okoka, has been on ground, and regional collaboration in all this to move everybody forward, because, this is what we are doing in Nigeria, this is what Ghana is doing. It can only make us better, because I think genetically we are all related. And well, just on that, then to my dear brother, Abioye, on safeguarding. I think safeguarding is one of the topics that are really not well covered yet, misunderstood, so to say, because at even an international stage, I found a place that people were interpreting safeguarding as just providing contraceptives within a sporting event, which is wrong. So I know that you are just one of the very few safeguarding officer. I don't know any other one, from Nigeria. I believe there is a whole lot of advocacy you need to do, just like NASMED is just coming up again to make sure we do things right. I think those are things that you will have a lot to do with other partners. And we also talk about our athletes being served in the time of their mental health. A whole lot of things has been said, and I believe the knowledge should be passed to every athlete. Of course, the athlete also should be able to know that their mental health is protected, as well as the athlete support staff. And the last point that we also said here now is, as I said, as far as the continent is concerned, just like we saw a whole lot of topics covered at the last Olympic, the African Union, through the African Game, is working towards rejigging the medical and scientific parts of the Africa Game in such a way that many people are able to learn from there. And as I said, there are already intention for collaboration from outside the continent. So please, we all owe Nigeria, we all owe our sub-region and the continent to make it better for the practice of sport medicine. Thank you all. Over.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. That was quite an insightful addition to all that has been said. So, any questions still? Comments, insights? All right. In the absence of any of those, I would have. All right. We will have to close the thematic sessions. We apologize for other presenters, for other presentations. They are still in transit and will not be able to join us. So, disappointingly, we have to bring this thematic sessions to a close. We want to say thank you once again to everyone who has taken out time to be with us out of their busy schedules. We want to thank you all for your support in every way, through your comments, through your questions. And this is the time I open the floor to, in general, for NASMED in general. If you have any thoughts, any recommendations, anything that will move NASMED forward in the new space, will be welcomed right now. All right. Apart from NASMED, we still, any thoughts, any comments, any recommendations that will move SCM forward here, West Africa, internationally? Any comments? Final comments? Final comments from the panelists so far? Dr. Tete, Dr. Femi Abioye, Dr. Folajaye, Karim, Yanu, Alonge, Dr. Sam, Dr. Jimmy Shayo, Oshinaike. Final comments? Participants, final comments? President NASMED, final comments? Okay, Sam has a final comment. Sam, please go ahead. You have the floor. Hello, Dr. Sam. Hello, Dr. Sam. All right, I don't think I've seen that. Hold on. All right.
Sorry, I did raise my hand again, please.
You did raise your hand again, I believe.
No, sir.
Thank you. All right. And final words from our presenters or recommendations. Final word. Take home teasers that you would want to give us, NASMED. Any suggestions, ideas?
I guess like a last thing, I think the fact that we're all sitting down and discussing these things is telling of where Nigeria is going to be come the next Olympics. The fact that we're thinking of things like the Anti-Doping Commission and it's already being talked about, or we're looking at mental health and it's already being talked about, just gives all of us hope, I think, for the fact that we're not being stagnant and we're making progressive steps to better everybody and all of our health. And I think that the more that we share information like this and the more that we share our thoughts, the more that everyone's mindset starts to align towards the same thing. So we thank you guys for putting this all together. I thank NASMED for organizing the talk.
And thank you very much for giving us your time to give us some nuggets of knowledge. Thank you for giving us your time and expertise in speaking with us on topical issues bothering SEM and NASMED. I can assure you that we have heard, we've listened, we've heard all recommendations, all comments made, and an assurance that not just lip talk, wheels will be put in place to bring this to light. Mr. President, any final words?
On behalf of the trustees of the Nigerian Association Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine, I would like to thank the National Executive Committee, the ESCO, for this tireless, unrelenting pursuit for the vision to ensure that the rebirth of NASMED is not only on track, but takes the leadership in the space in Nigeria, supporting countries in the West African region with a vision to ensure that we have enough productive capacity for SEM practitioners in the region and on the continent, as well as having the practice base where our athletes can go to access services, ensuring that there are health insurance packages that cater for their needs, both during their active career life and after retirement. And not only that, building networks of centers of excellence, training centers, as well as networking professionals and providing mentorship for the next generation of SEM. This work would not have been possible without the committee that was set up to ensure that today's program takes place. I would like to thank, I saw her earlier, if she's still online, Dr. Bakari Umokutum, who chaired this subcommittee of the ESCO to organize the 30th anniversary of NASMED with a national symposium titled Nigeria Sports Medicine Symposium, charting a new path in sports medicine. I want to also thank the support team from the Secretariat, the ICT support team, the ushering, the ushers, and the vendors. We had some itches because of network issues from the banks, and we could not access funds, and there are a lot of things to be done. But somehow God helped, and today we have been able to witness the first activity of the rebirth and relaunch of NASMED since June 21st, 2024, under my leadership. It is humbling and a rare privilege to pivot the activities with the ESCO of NASMED. This is just the beginning. Nothing will hinder the progress of NASMED to ensure that we put sport and exercise medicine in all the arts of the citizens of Nigeria and beyond, increase the awareness about sports and exercise medicine, advocate and partner the private sector for establishment of SEM treatment rehabilitation centers in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. And not only that, ensure that the general populations, the recreational athletes, have the needed information that is needed to prevent, promote, protect, and also to recover when there are injuries as a result of sporting activities. It is a great delight to have seen the success and contributions for the Nigerian Olympic Committee. Time will not fail me not to say thank you to the Nigerian Olympic Committee for their support in organizing this Nigerian Sports Medicine Symposium. Also, I would like to appreciate two of our potential partners in going forward who has committed a very huge pledge in supporting NASMED activities in the future. We have the EMSA Orthopedics Unit, EMSA Sports Unit. They are also exhibiting on site here. Unfortunately, the camera must go to them so that those online can see where they are and their products. And we have the EHA clinics. The EHA clinics will be our model test beds as part of our PPP efforts in creating a NASMED practice hub. This practice hub is a clinic operated by NASMED and members only, where we can provide hands-on experience and mentorship programs, exchange programs for electives for medical students, other health sciences students who has a passion for pursuit in sports and exercise medicine. This is the rate limiting step. All members, non-members, all related professional associations and discipline must seek collaboration rather than territorialism as the way forward in ensuring that new path charted can be sustainable, successful, and create the needed impact. I want to thank especially all our speakers today from Dr. Suarez. I'd also like to thank the keynote speakers, the goodwill messages from everyone, Dr. Patrick Coker. Thank you so much from the ANOCA Medical and Anti-Doping Commission, and our regards to President Mustafa Berav. Again, we want to thank everyone who has made this a very successful, 30th, epic, memorable anniversary. To our pressmen, we want to say thank you because they will take these messages over the next 3 weeks out there and talking about sport and exercise medicine to create awareness, what it is about to be a sport doctor, where they are and how to assess them, and what roles all stakeholders can play. Now we want to draw the curtain to close this symposium. Those online, you can just give yourself a thumbs up, a clap. You have stayed since morning. Without your participation, this wouldn't have been successful. We are very grateful for your contributions. Wherever you are, US, Canada, UK, let's keep the flag flying. Those of us at home, we are not ready to japa yet. We will ensure that the foundation laid today will provide providence that some men pass through NASMED, and we can all look back in 4 years to see the kind of development. The Impact Program has been launched, and the president of NOC has challenged all of us as members, non-members. It is now our duty to ensure that within the next 4 years, at least 60 to 70% of these ideations in terms of strategic objectives are implemented together. So see you again next year at our annual general meeting and scientific conferences. We'll be organizing every 2 years Congress, scientific Congress. And so there will be early communications out. Start getting your pens and start looking at the desk and start getting new informations and research. The NASMED Sports Medicine Journal will be operationalized by first quarter. So you can have a cheaper sports medicine, low resource settings journal to publish some of your articles and some of your works and research works in sports and exercise medicine. We're also providing the NASMED eShop, whereby you can go to and source products in terms of goods and services for NASMED. You can see on the screen now, we have the EMSO division for sports medicine related products. And we hope to get more involved and ensure that locally we take advantage of the current president's administration's initiative in the health sector to unlock value chains that ensures that we can have adequate medical consumables to support the health needs of our team in athletes. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for participation. See you at the annual scientific conference in 2025. More details will be communicated later. God bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning, Nigerians. My name is Olajide Joseph Adebola, a medical practitioner, sports and exercise medicine practitioner, a global digital health expert, a fellow of the Academy of Public Health, West African Institute of Public Health, and I currently preside over the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine.
All right, it's the association's 30th anniversary, and you guys are actually celebrating its that. And I think at this point, it's also significant to tell so many of us who seem not to know about what it's about and the importance of sports in medicine is talking about. Can you share?
Thank you very much. In Nigeria, we observe from our DEX research and a study conducted recently by my team that there is a low awareness about sports and exercise medicine. And of course, this low awareness is something we are also trying to address with the style of the 30th anniversary of the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine. Like every scientific discipline, the sport and exercise medicine is a scientific discipline that deals with the knowledge and practice of sports, exercise science, medicine, to ensure the prevention of injuries, illness, for treatment, rehabilitation of athletes, of course, to ensure they can maintain their well-being, their mental health, and reach the podium at any level of competitions.
All right, you've spoken to the level of awareness in our country. How much do you think, in terms of scope, talking about federation, because last night at the gala, we had stuff from some of the participants yesterday, talking about the importance of to federations and how they can get this thing inculcated in the federations as we're getting sports and medicines intertwined to get our, not just football, but all our sporting activities in the federation going. So how do you think we can achieve that?
Yes, in following best practices and international guidelines approach to organizing medical services for elite athletes and recreational athletes, particularly the elite athletes who are registered with the various sports federations in Nigeria. The sports federation should have on their board the Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine as one of the structure. And why are we proposing that? This enables to ensure that you have certified, licensed professionals participating with evidence-based knowledge from practice. What are the latest developments in terms of prevention of illness and injuries, increasing awareness about anti-doping? So federations should have the Medical and Anti-Doping Commission, and we are proposing that it should be chaired by NASMED. And this will allow for professional developments of young sport and exercise medicine professionals cut across the various health professionals, sports physiotherapy, sports psychology, sport nutritionists, sports and exercise medicine, the pharmacists, the nurses that tender care to these athletes. So in that case, you are able to generate sport-specific related evidence in management of these injuries. Today we have what is called basketball medicine, volleyball medicine, football medicine. And so we need our young professionals to also sub-specialize after specializing in sports and exercise medicine to also go into the details, because the mechanism of injuries in the different sports depends on the sports rules of game.
Thank you so much.
Well, I'm Professor Olawale Morunkola, Director General, National Institute for Sports, Lagos.
Okay, the level of partnership with NASMED, how would you relate with that?
Well, it just started, but it has worked stronger than expected, because the president is doing a lot to ensure that they carry all stakeholders along in whatever. And National Institute for Sports has the mandate to develop coaches and sport administrators in the country. So it is obvious that the two, the association and the institute, needs to partner for better sport development in the country.
Okay, can you speak in terms of significance for those who do not know, who will be watching for news today, the importance of NASMED and that's the partnership in moving?
Well, it's important for people to be aware of the role of sport medicine in the sport development of our country. In as much as sports, we can categorize it under sources of trauma. And sports is generally traumatic in many occasions. I usually say people should remember Okaraji. People should remember those who fainted and those who have one issue or the other. So we need sports medicine profession to be able to attend to the critical mass of our athletes in the country. And federations should key into it, Ministry of Sports should key into it, all of us of sport should see the role that sport medicine has to do to project our sport better. Because a lot is happening in sport nowadays. Apart from the medical, you also have the doping issue, so that psychological preparation of athletes, all these are very important. And thank you very much.
I want to start by congratulating you and sharing in your joy. Yesterday night, during the gala and award night, I saw that you were presented with an award, and of course, it's quite deserving. I wanted to speak to that, and of course, to the importance of what we are doing here. Is its significance and why we need to promote this further here in Nigeria?
Well, let me say, first of all, thank you very much. I'm happy with the award that was given to me yesterday night. It is an honor for me. It's a very excellent recognition to me. And as the president of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, NASMED is a member of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, is part of us, and it's our responsibility, our duty to promote it, because it's so important in our sporting activities. And that was the reason why yesterday I said I want to make sure that in all the national federations, the Olympic sports and even the non-Olympic sport, that we have NASMED there, because they are looking after the athlete. They're supposed to look after the athlete very well. And this seminar that they are going to hold, it is so important because it will create an impact all over the country. People should know what NASMED is about. People know what NASMED is doing. People know the importance of the NASMED. So I'm happy that I'm here today for this important seminar. I'm here in my capacity as the president of the NOC to support NASMED. And I want to assure you, Nigerian Olympic Committee will continue to support NASMED so that they continue to grow and grow and grow to a greater height, so that they can continue to help our athletes, continue to help our Olympic movement, and continue to help the country.
Tunde Kukwala, the Secretary General for Nigerian Olympic Committee.
All right, let's start by saying congratulations. We were here at the Gala and Award night yesterday night, and we saw that you're one of the recipients and awardees that was recognized by NASMED. Do you want to speak to this and how much you think NASMED is important in not just in the life of our athletes, but in our sporting sector in Nigeria?
Well, I think it's important that we're in a highly volatile discipline, of life. And that is when you talk about sports. It comes along with its fun, thrills, and of course dangers to the human body as well. NASMED is very key because an athlete that is not fit or a human being that is not fit cannot perform daily exercises. And there has to be people, because obviously you may have some injuries, but there must be some people who will be able to treat you and bring you back on the feet. So for us in sports administration, we don't joke with the sports medicine aspect of it, which NASMED, as far as we are concerned, represents. They've been on for some years now. 30 years they are celebrating. Yes, they've had their ups and downs, but we see now that they're really much on their feet. And I think it's very, very important that besides other federations, they are a key partner. They are very key to survival of sports in this country. They are very key to athletes, and as well as key to every human being that exists that has anything to do, either you have something to do with sports or you don't have anything to do with sports. They treat you, they make you happy. So they are very, very vital, to the administration of sports and sportsmen. So we don't joke with them. They are an integral part of sport, a very, very crucial part of sport, because without a healthy athlete, you can't move. Our own view about NASMED. First of all, from the inception, growing up to this stage over 30 years and achieving this, we have always been partnering with them. We can't leave them out. Whatever challenges they have, If we know, because they are very, very crucial, they're an integral part of our body, we will always support them. You can. We knew what we did also. We support them in this particular initiative. And of course, we continue to do that.